Hello, Basilisk. Hello, hello. Ooh, color redeem already. Whatever you remember the robin's egg. Wait. Hold on. Let me. Uh, wait. Did you just sub? You just subbed. Thank you, Basilisk. Thank you so much for the sub. I very much appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Whatever you remember the robin's egg blue crayon being. I don't know what that was actually. I mean, I had crayons as a kid, but I don't remember the name. I never remembered color names for whatever reason. I think it's partly why I'm so bad at color names now because it's just never, even as a kid, it wasn't a thing I knew. And so like I didn't have a knowledge base to build off of and expand on. I was basically going into adult painting blind when it came to color names. I feel like everybody in like on the internet seems to be better at like, oh, give me this color, and it's like I don't know what color that is. Give me periwinkle. I don't know what that is. Chartreuse. No. Then what color does the phrase invoke? Robin's egg. I like a light blue. It gives me a light blue vibe. I can go with a light blue. But one second, I gotta set up my canvas. But yeah, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it, and I will do the color sketch. Let's see. Did I start the YouTube stream? I did. Okay. Also, I have a webcam. There we go. Webcam is on. Hope everyone's doing well. And I'm also gonna do the map crunch today. So let me get that set up real quick. I'm a little bit behind. I don't know why I have a tickle in my throat. Okay, and let's open up a PureRef file. Why do I have two different PureRef icons on my desktop? One is bold and one is not bold. I wonder if it's like an older version. Well, the world will never know. But what I do know is okay. So I swear I'm gonna do the thing. Basilisk, you have granny complaint today. You have a migraine medication and you can't take if a tablet gets broken, and 3 in this pack were broken. Oh no! That is annoying. That's not a granny complaint. That's you paying for something and it not being there, or you getting something that you think you're getting and you not getting it. That's a valid complaint. Buying things that come broken, or regardless of how you got it, whether you bought it or it was given to you or whatever, thinking you're gonna get one thing and then you don't get that is pretty annoying. That's a valid complaint. I mean, maybe granny complaints are valid. I don't know. Maybe that's I don't know what that phrase means, but I feel like that's a good complaint. Okay. So what I want to do today, I'm just going to give a quick rundown before I jump into the color sketch that was redeemed by Basilisk. What I'm going to do today is virtual plein air painting. So this is April. We're in April. It's an event thing called Plein April or Plein Air April. Basically, plein air painting is just going outside and painting outdoors, but I think what makes it in some way like different than like a still life is that you have to find the thing to paint, and nature is kind of messy and it can not always have the most beautiful scenes. Like you have to kind of hunt for them sometimes. It's not like there's a photographer taking a beautiful picture and you just looking on the internet for it, because it might just be a pile of rocks and you're like, I'm gonna paint that. So yeah, anyway, that's kind of the thing. But I'm going to paint from a location. I don't know where I'm going to paint from. I'm probably going to hit random a few times, and then we can decide maybe as a group. But I just want to show you an example of, like, for example, maybe we'll paint this, which is pretty neat. It's very run down, but it is cool. I like the vines. I like the architecture style. It's kind of neat. We were just talking about like hanging gardens. And vines, and I always imagine like a lot of white material with the plants hanging down, creating like a darker pattern on them. So that's kind of neat. Maybe we'll paint something here. It really just dumped us into an abandoned place, didn't it? It's not abandoned. Ooh, this is neat. Maybe we'll do that. I don't know. Anyway, but I am going to now do the sketch that was redeemed. The Robin's Egg Blue. That's a good color. Actually, this person's shirt. Is that person's shirt Robin Egg Blue? That feels like it's Robin Egg Blue. I don't know if that's the... That's what I think of when I think of Robin's Egg Blue. Is like a light blue. Maybe even lighter blue. But what's the difference between baby blue and Robin's Egg Blue? Like, I think of baby blue as that. I don't know colors. Colors are weird. Okay, Robin's Egg Blue. I'm Googling it. Okay, so it's a little more turquoisey, at least according to this. Or at least these images make it feel... Like, these look a little more bluish, but this is a bit more turquoise. And then... Baby blues. Baby blue's closer to like a sky... Okay, that's closer to like a sky blue that's light. Okay. Yeah, so Robin's Egg is a little more teal. Okay, that'll work. So let's just put some color on the canvas real quick. So like, see if my... That's kind of Robin's Egg Blue. Even lighter. Something in that vicinity. Do you think Samsung is actively lying or actively trying to break my phone? It's almost 6 years old. Oh no. Why does Samsung have it out for you? What did you do to them? Pepperly, what did you do to tick off Samsung? Other than be a target for them to make more money off of you. Which is probably the answer. Anyway, let's see. The question I'm thinking now is, do I do a street view painting in blue, or do I just do a thumbnail sketch in blue? Let's do a thumbnail sketch in blue. We'll figure out what we're gonna do with it in a bit. No, Samsung released an update that is stupid in every way. Oh no. That is dumb. I feel like tech companies are just getting sloppy with their updates. Like people have been complaining about Outlook for weeks now. I feel like I've seen, and just just tons of updates being like breaking things more than normal. I don't know if that's, I don't know. Anyway, okay. So what am I gonna paint? Maybe we add in these little grids so that I can paint in boxes. I'm going to, so I don't know what I'm going to paint. I'm just kind of meandering around here. But the color chosen, thank you for the follow. The color chosen was Robin's Egg Blue. So I'm just going to paint some with there. And of course, other colors, because you can't just literally paint with one color. I mean, you could, but you will still at least need other values to make it visible. Maybe I don't know, a castle. When in doubt, paint a castle. Oh no, Pepper, what did Pepper say? Your phone decided to not accept calls last week when your dad tried to call because he fell and couldn't get up. Oh no. Well, that's not good. Hopefully he found someone else to call also. Yeah, that's not good at all. And most things stop being available in dark mode. Oh, and the search engine runs your search through AI instantly now. I feel like doesn't everyone do that now? And it is super annoying. It takes more time. Like out of just like good what I'm calling good practice. Just in my mind, a good practice now is to take more time because you have to assume that your initial results are sound confident, they look right, but they're actually wrong. Like even if you look at it and you're like, yeah, that sounds right, you still have to force yourself to do an extra step because you could be being like lied to in a confident way. Like, oh, here's the links, and then you click it and it's not what the links say. It's like, why did you send me these links and tell me that you're citing sources when it's not? Like, it might be close, but it gives me a lot of like, it feels like you're on Reddit kind of when I do like a Google search where like the top comment will be like, here's a link to the article that says you're wrong, and then you click it and it confirms what you said and you're like, no, you didn't read the article clearly because that's not what it's saying. You said it is saying that, but you're wrong. And like, what's happening here? Like, why is Google search doing this to me? Anyway, so yeah, it feels like a bad Reddit thread. Anyway, I grumpy face at Samsung. Yeah. It has no language model AI, and it uses an image library that comes from a collection of creative materials that were donated to be used freely. He found a search engine that doesn't do that at all. Oh, nice. Mojeek. Never heard of it. I might have to look into it after stream. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting a little slow at start here. Little slow start. I think here, I'm going to paint something low down. Maybe we'll get some colors in here, like some greens. We need some warmer colors. Not literally warm, but warmer feeling mood-wise. So maybe like a gray or a... I mean, we could jump over into like the yellows or those colors. Maybe even like reds. Yeah, that's a nice color. That reddish color works nice in there. But yeah, I hope everyone's doing well other than the annoying updates that are trying to ruin things for them. I find that I am in a quandary, you might say, on this topic. Because, like, on one hand, it is super annoying when updates ruin things for me, right? Or, like, change how I'm doing things in a negative way. But also, I am fully aware that, like, as I get older, everything that is forcing change on me is annoying, right? And so I don't want to be the person who's resisting something purely because it's different. But also, lots of changes just suck. Like, let's be honest. Like, it's not a... I mean, there's a word for this, but it's not just like a old person grumbling at the clouds moment. Not all. Sometimes it is, and I don't want to be that person, right? And so I do have to, like, I don't know, like there's like a waiting period for me where when something changes, like a new UI, and I'm like, oh, I don't like the new UI. Well, of course not. It's not familiar. It's different. You got to relearn stuff. But then sometimes you do learn it, and you're like, okay, this is actually not too bad. You know, after I gave it a few weeks and I've learned it and now it's muscle memory, I actually can see the benefit over the old UI, right? Sometimes it's like that where, like, again, every UI change for the most part is going to feel alien, right? If it's new enough, it's not gonna be pleasant to use right at the start. Almost always, right? Especially if it's a big change from what you were using. So I'm kind of in this, like, it's a weird spot to be mentally because, like, there's part of me that wants to call out the problems when I see them, but also there's part of me that says, hold up, pump the brakes. Maybe it's not a problem and I'm just being, you know, old man screaming at clouds. But I don't, yeah, anyway, it's tough. And it's hard to do in the moment because you're always comparing against what you already know. And one of them you don't know, right? So it's never an equal comparison. You can't just be analytical and open-minded about it and say, oh, I'm going to judge these things equally. You can't. One you're familiar with and one you're not. It's never an equal comparison. And so you kind of have to, like, wait, but then it might be too late because by then the company isn't going to change their ways because they're like, oh, no one said anything 2 weeks ago when we rolled it out. Why are we going to change? You know what I mean? So it's like, it's a really tough spot to be in. Anyway, that's my rant. It's over. Rant over. You're testing Linux on your old laptop as of last night. Might boot W10 off of it soon. I'm debating doing the same thing to this current machine. Yeah, it seems like Linux would be a good thing to be familiar with. I'm not. I'm not familiar with it. I mean, I'm familiar with it by name and a tiny, like, I don't know. I've never really used it. Mojik. iBasilisk says Mojik, their algorithm prioritizes smaller websites and actual journalists, blogs, etc. So you have a hard time finding Amazon memes with copyright characters. Do you have to pay to use it? How do they make their money? Because I assume because companies require money typically to like run because there's like web hosting and stuff, and I assume there's gonna be. It's all donation based. Oh, interesting. Okay, that's cool. Well, that's neat. Just trying to see if you have problems on your NVIDIA GPU laptop. Gotcha. Using Krita and Linux, no issues. Oh, nice. Happy Weeks, how are you? Yeah, Krita is, I think, just a super good program for like general use like that, where it can pretty much be used on most things, and Krita is really good. I think being open source helps with that. Maybe I don't know how that works. I'm not going to talk about that. I don't know. I'm not good in that stuff, but not at least not enough to have a live conversation. If I read something that seemed fishy, I could take a moment and go and Google and research things to just brush up on like the missing stuff. But yeah, that's something I don't know enough about. But Krita does seem cool. Pepperly said I don't like Krita, but I think that's a me problem, and I can probably tweak it settings to get closer to what I'm used to. Yeah, that's my issue with Krita as well. Is that the settings I'm used to, it can't quite replicate. Like it can get real close. But again, I'm coming off of being like an old man set in my ways. And so it takes a while, and it might take a month or two before I'm not, before I would get used to it. And well, that's just annoying. I don't want to spend 2 months using Krita before I'm used to it when I don't need to use Krita. Like I like Clip Studio and how I use it right now. And so I don't really have a reason to switch. But if I ever do have a reason to switch, Krita is definitely on my radar. We are going to do virtual plein air painting, by the way. This is just a color redeem from Basilisk that I'm doing real quick. Just real quick, putting some colors. Okay, that's not a nice shape. What am I doing here? We can do our zigzaggy lines. That'll work. Something like that. I know I paint a lot. I paint stuff like this a lot, but yeah, something like this could work. Maybe we get some darker colors down here and some of the lighter colors up here. And then the darker colors can act as like a stone base or something. And maybe we do like a real last punch of color in here. Maybe not. Maybe orange? I don't know. And then I'm going to do some multiply. I'm going to darken some stuff. Maybe that red can be... that wasn't actually red, was it? That was a blue. My brain said red. My brain was wrong. Okay, this is kind of fun. That blue is right. I'm trying to keep that robin's egg blue color that we had right in the middle. In the light. It may not read as that color of blue because it's like it's in light. And so it's gonna feel like that's the color of the light. Maybe like that. That's kind of fun. Some fun colors here. I like this. I'm pretty happy with this one, actually. There. Little blobs. That's a nice one for a quick thumbnail. Hey yo, KK Mousey, how's it going? Okay, let's jump into the virtual plein air. So the thing that I was planning to do from that's not the right window. What am I doing? Get it together. So yeah, the thing that I'm planning on doing today is mostly this. So painting from a random location. Anyone can join along, and I hope I'm not lagging too much. My internet seems to be having some issues. But yeah, just finding a location to paint. So, ooh, this is kind of a nice location. Hello, random people. Ooh, it looks like a little, not a watering hole. What do you call it? Like a little spot where you jump off and swim. This looks like a nice spot. I wonder if it's cold water here. St. Peter's Pool. This is pretty cool. Okay, let's paint this. We'll get them out of the scene, though. That way we don't just have a person there. Because this isn't official Google image, and so it's not blurring the faces. The ground is ugly, though. That ground, oh, the little holes. Yeah, that could give like a little trypophobia vibes, kinda. Like I could see that making someone have that reaction, if that's what you mean. Doesn't bother me too much. It's not like it's certainly not a pleasing shape or like motif, if that makes sense. I don't look at it and think, oh, what a beautiful design, right? But I can understand. So yeah, anyway, if anybody wants this link, here is the link. You can paint along, whether you're on YouTube watching or not on YouTube, or if you're on Twitch, which is where the main stream is, you can paint along. There's the link. I will pin it on Twitch. For now, anyway. There. And so if you want to paint along, you can go here. You don't have to paint the exact same thing as me, but this scene in general. I know this ground is ugly. I don't like this ground down there. I mean, it is interesting if you know how these things are formed. I think they're quite interesting, but this ground is actually really beautiful, I think. This is another scene that you could paint if you want to do like a close-up view. Or like some more material stuff. Like this rock right here is really gorgeous, I feel like, with the cracks and the plant coming out of it and the stuff behind it and the trail. I don't know. I like this kind of thing. Lots of little overlapping shapes with the plants. I actually might almost want to paint that instead. But I think we'll start with this. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. So this is going to be the reference. We'll stick it over here, right under the face. Maybe a little bigger. There. And then I'm going to flip this. I kind of, how do I, maybe I'll do this. Maybe I'll paint right here. I'll paint on number 3 first. So I don't know exactly if I want to paint all of this or just the coastline. Um, right? These things are tough because there's a lot of room, there's a lot of wiggle room, I feel like, for where I paint, you know? I could paint, like, just this scene. I do want to, like, one of the things that I think about those, like, foreground, midground, background, if I just painted this, for example, right? I don't really have overlapping shapes. There's nothing really other than super subtle cues that, like, this water is closer to us. Like, we don't really know how close, right? Like, it could be that this is very close and this is very far away, or maybe these are both very far away because depending on the zoom, right? In this case, they are both very far away. Um, but there's a tendency to not know how close something is. Whereas if you're painting like this scene and you have the foreground here, then you have this little ledge, then you have the water, then you have this other thing. There's these steps where you're kind of like, okay, they have to be far away, even if they were big, relatively speaking. Whereas something like this, everything's far away, and so the distance between like this thing back here and this thing up here is actually hard to tell. Like, is it just horizontally in the same plane, or is this way far back? You know, it's kind of, it's not super easy to know how far something is. So that's one of the things when you're picking a spot to paint, that sometimes it helps to make sure there's stuff in the scene that can actually help clarify the scene. I also like these stairs. See, that one helps depth, right? So here's a good example where if I were to ask you how far is this spot from this spot, it's hard to tell. Are these houses? I don't know. But once you see the stairs, you're like, oh, okay, now I can kind of make a judgment, right? Because your brain can sort of start to piece together, like, this is a pretty long distance. And so from here to here is also a long distance. And like going up, if you count the stairs from this spot to this spot, right? So from here to here is like, I don't know, 5 times the distance from here to here, right? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's say 30. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Never mind, that's 40. So it's one third longer. But anyway, it's like this is a big I don't know, like it's hard, you can look at this and be like, "Oh, from this plant to this plant, this is just like a tiny little hill." Like, yeah, this is a person. They look equal to you. Yeah, they're a little I think this one's a little bigger. But I think it's easy to like, especially here, like I would assume that where this person is would be like over here and then it like back. It's hard to tell how small this person would be. I don't know, at least for me. I have to like do work to figure it out. But the stairs certainly make it easier because you can kind of just visually see and count. So I think I might actually paint this instead. Because I think there's some cool stuff here. But yeah, I think when I'm looking at a photo, it's not too bad, but it's especially bad when you're trying to paint it because the little subtle cues that tip you off of like how far something is. Like your brain might be able to make sense of it, mine might not, but in painting form it's even harder, right? Because if you're even a tiny bit off with like a tree size, that's going to break that illusion. And it just happens to be that this one is, you know, consistent enough. But yeah, anyway, I like that scene, so I'm going to paint that. So I've changed my mind. Same location, totally different scene. All right, let's go. So I think for this one, I'm also going to do the red background thing. I've really been enjoying that, where you do like a red underpainting, kind of like a bright warm. It could just really just warm. Doesn't have to be super red. Just a warm undertone painting, kind of something to get some values on the canvas. You know, the sky can still be lighter. The top can be lighter. The darkest spots might be down here. Some darker. I do want to put the green in here though. I like underpaint. Yeah, it's nice. I think especially if you're doing like it's really nice for greens. I find because it kind of makes it darker anyway. Like green is oftentimes a very dark color, and so putting on a color onto the red, and also green tends to be very not green. Like this might look green, but if you actually color pick, it's like a yellow, right? Even this is like hardly a green. And so I feel like that's closer to how you see it in nature, is this like weird color of green, like a green, gray, brown kind of thing. And so it actually, to me, it makes it easier to pick naturalistic colors if you're doing that. Obviously, there's not just one way or anything. This is going to be where the stairs are. There'll be another little layer up here, another layer of stairs. More green. Just kind of trying to plop in some of the green, some of those big shapes. And then the last little patch of green up here. I'm actually going to make the things a little closer. So, like, the distances are going to get a little closer as they get further back. I think that's going to help me with that illusion a little bit. And then some stuff back here. I do want this stuff back here, though, to still have sky. Just trying to block in big masses of shape. Some little lines here. And yeah, my goal is absolutely not to make this exactly the same. Just kind of blocking in big masses. Okay, now I'm going to take the bright color, like a bright white almost. Not literally white, but almost white. And just go in here. And actually, maybe I'll use lasso tool for this. Lasso tool painting. And basically I've already made these shapes, but I'm going to make them again. So like all this stuff here is kind of... And there's also some cool shapes here. Just kind of like little patchy shapes. Good evening, chat. Good name, Real. How's it going? Hope you're doing well today. Hope all of chat is doing well. Little area up here. Little spots poking their head up and revealing some of these other paths over here. So I'm trying to make like little slivers. And then some paths over here that are a little bit lighter. And this is where I'm kind of trying to like figure out the shapes to use, and I'm trying to make them very hard-edged. think that's kind of neat. Ooh, a 5-minute thumbnail. Okay, 1 second. After this one, then I'll do the 5-minute thumbnail one. But yeah, good evening. Hope you're doing well. Hope the weekend was good. Now it's a Monday, and people are probably back at work or whatever you're doing. And yeah, hope everything went well. But yeah, this is a pretty chill painting. I like this one. Let's get some of that blue sky in there. It's very bright. It's not very it's not super blue, right? It's not like a, you know, it's not like this color of blue. It's no robin's egg blue. That's for sure. Already Tuesday here, worst day of the week. Why is Tuesday the worst day of the week? Is it because you lose that excitement of like, oh, it's a Monday, maybe things will be fun or new or interesting, and then after Monday you're like, nope, it still sucks, and also I have almost all the week left. It's not enough of the week to feel like it's almost over. You're not even at the halfway point, but also it's not like you're refreshed either because you have already been at work. I don't know. Is that why? That would be my reasoning. Kinda. I could see Tuesdays being the worst day of the week, for sure. I'm gonna put some actual red in here, like some purpley color. Wednesday is closer to Thursday, which is closer to Friday, which means it's great because it's right before Saturday. Tuesday is just there. Yeah, okay, gotcha. So similar reasoning that I just said, although you said it differently, but I feel like it was the same vibe. Tuesdays when you realize there are 4 whole work days. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, no, I get you. That's sound logic, I think. Monday, you're coming off the weekend, right? And you're like, I know people like to hate on Mondays, but like, look, you just had a bunch of days off. You're rested. If you can't find the energy to like, all right, things are gonna be looking up. Things this week's gonna be good. You know, new day, new week, or whatever. Let's get off to a good start. If there's not some way to pump yourself up, then like, you know, that feels like a skill issue. But on Tuesday, you know what the week's gonna be like because you already been back to work, you know. So if it's already like a bad week, it's like, well, sucks for you. I don't know. I feel like there's, yeah, no, I kind of get it. I totally get it. Tuesdays could seem like they're annoying. I never had that issue personally, but it makes sense to me. Okay, I'm just putting some plants in here, some little lines, some things, trying to add some things for scale. But yeah, I've never really thought about it that deeply. Also, my schedule's chaotic enough that that doesn't really, I don't really have like, oh, today is a Tuesday. Like it doesn't really work that way for me because even if you shift the weeks around to be more like Monday through Friday, because I don't work Monday through Friday, I work weekends. But even whatever my Tuesday would be, it's not the same as my other days, and so like, yeah, it's kind of weird. When would be my Tuesday? Let's see, because I work the weekend, so I work Thursday night or Friday night into Saturday, Saturday night into Sunday, sometimes Sunday into Monday. I guess it'd be like Saturday night. Saturday night would be my Tuesday, which is like that's like Sunday for me, which is like yesterday, and that's like stream day. Or not stream day, but like that. No, stuff's in some ways it's like that's also my like my social day kind of, and so Tuesdays for me are actually like my best day or my favorite day, kinda. Funny enough. Or like my Tuesday, not literal Tuesday. Tuesday tomorrow is pretty chill also. It's kind of like my weekend. Sorta. Okay, anyway, there's a painting. This one's hard to tell what we're looking at. Because it's hard to tell what we're looking at even in the photo. You're doing night shifts at that retail job? Yeah, well, kinda, yeah. Yeah, I do night shifts. I like that though. This is the red undertones of love. Yeah, I think it's a little bit strong on the red right now. We could shift it to like a cooler green or something. We could definitely put some other colors in there. The reds are a little overpowering, which is fine. I don't mind it. And they're really, really blobby, right? I mean, this is super blotchy, but I'm just trying to kind of get the feeling of the place. I'm not really trying to, again, paint exactly. I think a lot of times in environments, there's just too much going on for me to want to, like, zoom in and just paint all the details. You know, yeah, 24-hour supermarkets aren't a thing here either. I don't work when the store's open. At least not typically. I try not to. I try to leave before it opens, and I try to get there after it closes. But that doesn't always work out. But no, I can pretty much not be around customers. There's like an office in the back that I will be in, so I can avoid people when it's open. It's pretty nice. Okay, there we go. That's not bad. Okay, let's do another scene. Yeah, I'm not sure I like the colors in that one, but that's fine. Map crunch. Let's open that back up. Let's hit go. Random location. Let's see where we land. We land on the back of a truck. Driving down the road. Let's see where the road takes us. Into the brush. In Madagascar. Here we go. Madagascar outback? What do you call Madagascar? What do you call it? This. Why are we going so slow? Can I speed up? Come on, Google Maps. Okay, it's not. Okay, unfortunately, this road just seems long and endless, and I don't think we're making it out of here. We seem to be stuck. What even goes on in Madagascar? I couldn't tell you. I don't know anything about it. Apparently, it's just one long road. That's all of Madagascar. It's just one long road. No one's ever actually been off this road, so nobody knows. Like, what's over here? You don't know what's over this little, like, you know, if you were to walk up through the brush here, what's directly over there? You'll never know. No one's ever been over there. It's just this one road. This is all of Madagascar. No, I don't know anything about Madagascar. Baobabs. Oh god, I don't like those trees. They look funny. No, they are very interesting trees. Baobabs. The baobab trees, for those who don't know, are the trees that look like this. They look like... So here's the ground. They look like this, and then they have like a little tuft on top. And like they're all trunk. They're giant trunk. They're almost like a carrot. They kind of look like a carrot, except they're sticking out of the ground. And so here's the carrot top. That's what baobab trees look like. I think they're some of the ugliest trees. They are interesting. They're certainly cool in a way. But anyway, we're gonna go to a new location. Sorry, Madagascar. There's a tree. Lobast. Southeast district of Lobast. I don't know where we are. I feel like we're not moving. Am I crazy? Dude, we're hardly moving. No, we are. The trees are moving. Man, it really likes putting us in the middle of nowhere. Although this is pretty beautiful also. I think it's in You think we're back in Madagascar? We might be. Let's Google it. If we're back in Madagascar, it's gonna be funny. Botswana. We're in Botswana. Not Madagascar. Actually, I don't even know if I could find Madagascar on a map. Like, in relation, it's Southeast Africa, right? Where in a map is... Let me see. I don't actually know where Madagascar is. Oh, it's like an island. Okay, I didn't even know that. So it's like across from Mozambique and Tanzania. So it's like off the coast of Tanzania and Mozambique. And inland quite a bit is Botswana. So we're still in Africa, but we're quite a ways away. Yeah, I didn't really know that Madagascar was an island, honestly. I feel like my geography for Madagascar is pathetic. But now I at least kind of know where it is. The first people to arrive in Madagascar were from Malaysia, Indonesia, rather than Africa. Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting. That's an interesting fact. Or an interesting bit of knowledge. Assuming it's true. I'll take your word for it. Oh, we're on a golf course. Next. Golf courses are beautiful, but I don't... I want to do... I don't know. Ooh, this is... Okay, this scene is cool. Look at this lighting. I mean, it is just like an open plain. Where are we? Step. Yeah, I don't know where we are. Hold on, I'm Googling it. Mongolia. Easternmost district in UVS province. Yeah, we're in Mongolia. This is very cool. Okay, so this one, I'm going to do something different for painting this one, I think. A little bit different than I normally do. Also, if you want the location of this one, I will pin it to the top of chat, or I'll post it in chat. There's that. You like the way the clouds look? Yeah, the whole place is beautiful. Okay, there. It's now pinned to chat if you want to paint this spot. I'm going to take some screenshots so I have it saved for my own record keeping, so to speak. I really like the lighting right here in this little valley area. Again, it might feel a little just like, oh, look, hills and stuff. And so what I'm gonna do, I'm not gonna paint this exact scene. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna paint like a slightly fantasy landscape, but using the colors, using some of the shapes and the lighting, and maybe some of the cloud stuff going on here. So I'm gonna kind of change the shape of the hills, just for fun. And I think that's something that, you know, is a nice thing about virtual plein air painting, where like you get to decide what it is you're painting, and I don't know, it just interpreting the scene in whatever way you want to do it. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna change it, morph the scene. I think what I'm going to do here is start all blue. And make some interesting shapes in the back here. We can also get some of that bluer sky. We're gonna want some nice light in here, especially like along the horizon line. Or not the horizon line, but the hills. The horizon, it's not even the horizon, it's just literally just hills. That light poking up is kind of neat with those clouds poking over the hills. Mighty Morphin Painters, yeah. Morphing the paint, morphing the environments. So here I'm thinking like, you know, maybe we have more interesting shapes. Or not, I don't know. These are perfectly interesting, just different shapes. But before I get there, I want to start... The real juicy thing of this environment to me is that light. So if I take this like greenish, yellowish color, and just paint on the bottom there, you can get some of these light effects. Hello, Faded Fatima, how's it going? And of course there's a little bit of green. I don't want to completely neglect the green. Little bits of green in there. A little bit of yellow or reddish too, actually. And I don't know if I want to make it actually red. This is where the underpainting would have come in handy, is that some of these red tones could have poked through. Without actually me having to paint them, and then it would just kind of be there. Are they the same? Hello, hello. Oh, those two emotes? I don't, probably. Yeah, I think they're the same. I need to manage my emotes better. It's all kind of a mess. Just popping in to say hello and see what you're working on. So we started with a quick thumbnail based on a random color. It was like a what was called Robin's Egg Blue. So kind of like a little bit of a tealish baby blue. Like it just basically like a light teal kind of. And so I did this. This painting was from Imagination, and then these were from Map Crunch. In each of them, I'm kind of doing something a little different. This one obviously had a very red underpainting that's poking through. This one, I am changing the shapes, so I'm not so much trying to make the same area, but just changing the shapes and trying to get some of this light in the hills. Love the stairs, thanks. Glad they come off as stairs. It's kind of far away. It's sort of like everything's super far away, but there's these massive stairs. So yeah. It's kind of what we're working on. But how are you, Fatima? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Hope the day is good. Hope everything is nice on your end. I think what I want to do is add some of these little trees over here. There's some little trees poking up. Not like that. It's little trees. Just to help with scale. And then there's some back here. And we'll put some over here too. Again, they're not in the photo, but you said, Fatima says, I'm all right. Haven't slept in 36 hours. Get some rest. And everything is quite weird, but I'm alive and I have shelter and I'm going to maybe get ice cream. Well, I'm glad you're doing okay. Hopefully you can get some rest. Maybe do that before the ice cream. I mean, ice cream's pretty amazing, but body not resting. Rest is good. It's healthy. It's good for you. Man, I have like a headache right now, and I can't even imagine if I was on 36 hours of no sleep. Like, because I always just get super bad headaches when I don't get sleep, and I'm feeling like a bit of a headache right now, not because I'm tired though. I don't know why I feel a headache. Yeah, I can't even imagine. That sounds awful. Well, I hope you're okay. Hope there's nothing severely wrong. No coffee today either, so it's so weird. Oof. Okay, I kind of like these colors. But yeah, it's this light that I really like. It's subtle. It's not super strong. I think the big thing here is that the light there's hills, right? So like the top of the hill is dark and in shadow, and then as it gets down, the light is like a gradient. And then it there's a hard edge and then a soft edge, then a hard edge, then a soft edge, right? So the hard edge is on the bottom, and then the soft edge is like where there's like a gradient. And then there's a hard edge, and then there's a gradient into the soft edge. So you have these little like it's just a really nice pattern. And that's something that I oftentimes don't do in my own paintings very well. Which is I don't a lot of times I'll just paint purely with hard edges or purely with soft edges, and I'm not doing a nice mix. And I think this is just a nice way to do a good mix. Okay, speaking of coffee though, or drinking something with caffeine, I'm gonna drink some tea real quick. Chugging my tea. Before it gets cold. No, that was much needed tea. Okay, now, next scene. So I think this one's pretty much done. I mean, we could do... Actually, maybe not. Hold on, let's back up a bit. Pump the brakes. I'm so bad at sightseeing, or at seeing light. What do you mean by that? What do you, like you just think... I'm trying... Yeah, I want to understand. What do you mean by that? You don't pay attention to it. Well, yeah, I mean that's part of like why art is a practice and a thing that you have to work at, right? Is because like I don't think anyone does. No, I mean it's literally we live our lives ignoring shadows, like and you do it not intentionally, but like you do it automatically because the shadows aren't. I mean, obviously there are exceptions, right? But um, like, for example, if you're walking down the street and you're alone and all of a sudden you see a big shadow approach that looks like coming out of the view, you're like, you assume a person's casting, like, oh, there's, you'll get jumpy or something. But like, if it's the most part, like if you see like a mailbox, you're not thinking, oh, that mailbox has a shadow and a light side. You're just like, oh, it's a mailbox, right? Like your brain filters out the shadow. It doesn't think about, oh, there's my best friend walking towards me. You don't think, huh, look at that shadow, right? No, you ignore it. You filter it out. You might be some, some subconscious part of your brain is aware that things have shadows, and so like maybe if they didn't have a shadow, you might think, huh, you look weird today. But like you might not even realize it, right? You might just be like, something's off. Like, why doesn't this thing have a shadow? Like you don't see it. And so artists, we have to like teach ourselves to pay attention to that because I mean, this is why I will ramble about like human perception so much because I love it because it's this weird thing that we all experience and we interact with every day, but we don't realize some of the stuff that we're actually seeing because in what we tell ourselves, the stories that we tell ourselves, like, oh, this is, my friend, or this is a thing, an object. The things that tell us that make us understand what it is we aren't even always aware of what those things are, right? And it's just, yeah, I think we all have this like, and I'm not even just being like I think most humans, almost all humans, are terrible at this at the start. Like this is why you have to work at it. Art's hard for that reason. I mean, obviously tools and stuff can help too, but like even turning your screen black and white. But like hopefully you can kind of see like this is where there's a lot of interpretation, right? So like if you take this shape, I'm gonna copy paste it by the way. Also, this is what we did last stream. I'm pretty proud of it. This is a fun little fantasy environment. But let's make a new scene. Just go like this. Okay. So here we are in a new scene. So like you could probably, so here's a good example where like if I was to outline this shadow, this one, right? If I were to outline this shadow, why can't I paint this one? If I were to outline this, like, okay, we probably would agree that this part is part of the outline. But like, what happens when I get here? Does it go this way? Does it go straight? Does it like what happens over here? Right? Or we can probably agree that this is the shadow, but like where does it go? Does it go up here? Does it go straight? What about if it goes straight, like does it curve up here? Okay, so it comes over here. We can probably agree this is in shadow. Here's a hard edge, but these are soft edges, right? Again, we can kind of, there's a fuzzy line here, right? But at least it kind of follows this pattern somewhere. We can probably agree. But like, I don't know what it does in here. So like, if I were to draw this, I might make it a triangle. You might make it this shape, right? Maybe you'll go that way. Maybe I'll go that way. I don't think it matters, right? And this is where, when we're, I think these lines kind of go like this, and they're kind of make little triangles. If I were to outline these shapes, this one is pretty much just a, there's obviously a red line here of light, of shadow, and then there's another line like here. Obviously all this is in shadow, and so we're just going to make the triangle here. Obviously this is in shadow too, but just, so like there's kind of a big rectangle here, and then there's like a little sliver here, and like that's kind of where I would treat the shadows. But I think this kind of thing, it can be hard because it is soft and it's just a gradient and it kind of falls off and there is no real shape. I mean, there kind of is. You could probably go like this, right? You could say that's the shadow shape. You could draw a hard line. And I think a lot of times when I see a thing like this, I kind of just like think of like, okay, it's, kind of like that, or, so it's kind of a triangle shape with this little funky end. I don't think it really matters. I think the main part is the big shapes, and if you want to make this, you could just make it a triangle but then soften the edge on the side and just make it soft. Same here, this is all shadow. I would call that all shadow. But like this one I don't think is terribly difficult. This is obviously all shadow, and then everything else is light. I don't know. Like, I think most people, if you're trying, I think you can probably work through it. But I think there's always going to be little hang-ups, and especially in more complicated scenes. like in this scene. Like, I think this is where I might not even try to do light and shadow because the shadows are super subtle anyway. Like, we can understand that this top edge is in shadow. But then it's just a gradient, right? Like, it's not... Like, obviously there's a line between light here, right, and shadow here. So we know there's something going on there, but then it's just kind of a gradient, and then it's back in light. So kind of like before, right? You have this dark shadow line, and then it's a gradient, and then it fades back into light. And so in this painting, I don't even think I would worry about light and shadow at first. I would just worry about like light and dark, which is not always the same as light and shadow in this painting because you have a very clear light material. And so I would work this painting very different than I would work this painting, right? These are two, like I would set up my values differently. One would be based on light and shadow. The other would be based on like visual, like positive, negative space, I guess is how I would think of it. So like this is light and shadow, where everything is sort of positive space, so to speak. Like everything is the physical ground, but you're making things. This is you'd be like planning out, you know, where's the light in the dark? You know, these little steps, where do they go? You know, and that's kind of what I did. Is like figuring out. You basically had a. Where is it? Like I basically had. I mean, again, this isn't super clear, but basically had a big dark slab, and then you're carving out where's the little light shapes. That's different. And then from here I can say, okay, here's that little strand of light, and then there's a shadow, and then it gets more into light. And then I could start like shading it, right? And I could start adding some light and shadow back in with shading. But I think the main thing, I don't start with that. And I do think it's tough, and it requires a lot of work. And I think that's part of what makes painting so interesting for me is that two scenes, you have to think about them differently to even understand them as visually or like as an artist. If you want to make these two scenes, you can't just paint what you see like that. I mean, you kind of can, but like not really. Like I'm thinking I have to teach myself to think about different stuff. Because if all you do is practice one way of thinking with like just light and shadow or just object based, right? A lot of people when they start painting, they think of object based, and that's really good if you're doing like, I don't know, prop design probably or something like, oh, look, there's a little knot in the wood, and oh, I want to make this little, you know, look at the wood grain and look at the way the mailbox sits on the post with the bolts, and here's the form of the mailbox. That's great. And then you go into environments and you're like, wait, how do I paint all of the things in this image? I can't be thinking about it as here is one tree, here is two tree, here's a rock, here's a rock, here's... You can't think about it like that. And so that's another shift, is from like the individual object to the bigger forms. But then you have the forms of being light and dark versus things made out of light and shadow. So like there's three different ways of thinking. And like it's not... I don't know, like I think there's a lot of stuff we kind of take for granted as just like normal people, and that unless you're actively, I don't know, I find it fascinating. I love that stuff. It's one of the reasons why art feels so cool to me, is because you have this like not secret knowledge, but it's like this way of thinking that you shift between, and it feels exciting each time I make that switch, which is what makes it not feel boring. It's like there's always something. You can always look at something in a fresh way. Like, I could go to the same spot in real life multiple times, like every day, and each day I'm thinking about different things. I don't know. It's silly sounding. Probably makes me sound a little bit unhinged, but I like it. Okay, speaking of going to a new spot, let's go. Ooh, we're on a beach. A very cloudy beach. The sun is not out. See, here's another good example. You can't paint light and shadow here, so you'd have to resort to like the dark and light patterns, right? So like dark material being the trees, light material being the ocean, the sand, but then you run into an issue with the water, because the water is like the same. It blends into the sand, and so if you actually wanted to see it, you would need to do a subtle color shift. Yeah, in perspective and scale, exactly. Yeah. I mean, a lot of the shape, though, the perspective is baked into the shape, right? And like the fact that this pointy triangle is very small over here and very big over here, that's because of perspective, right? If you were, this is not literally a triangle in real life, right? If you were to walk down the beach and look back, like now this end is small, right? Like now the triangle's going the other way, right? Like, and so a lot of the shapes that are there are because of things like perspective. Oh yeah, no, it's not. You're not seeing stuff beyond the horizon, the curvature of the Earth. Also, this is like just a random bad camera. And there, also this scene is typically around the coast. It's way too foggy. There's too much atmosphere, right? There's too much water in the air or moisture in the air, and things aren't as clear. It's very, very rare that you could ever see that far. There are, you can see things fall behind the curvature of the Earth if you have like a good camera. But then there can also be weird effects where like things that are technically slightly behind are like kind of like there can be some weird distortion effects and stuff, and like because light can bend, and there's some weird like mirages, for example, or like I think an example of this where something that are mirages even real? I don't know. But like you can have things appear or looking like you're seeing a thing that isn't really there. Yeah, like floating ships, stuff like that, right? Yeah, stuff like that. Isn't that like where the Flying Dutchman came from? Or is it's assumed to be where like seeing a floating ship above the horizon, but really it was just like an illusion basically, or like a mirage type thing. Oh, is it? Is it a trick of the mind? Then okay, didn't know that. There are real effects though with like seeing things above the horizon when they're actually obviously not, right? There absolutely are very real uh weird things that can happen with light at distances, and anyway. But that's not really that important. I guess the point I'm making is what point am I making? I'm not making a point. No, the other use. Hello, by the way. Pat. Hello. But yeah, I think a lot of stuff. I think shapes and perspective are kind of go hand in hand when doing environments, which is kind of why a lot of times I'm not drawing actual perspective lines. If you just draw small things in the distance, or things in the distance as being small, things in the foreground being big, it kind of just creates that effect for you. Also, I don't know if this is a peaceful scene. There's a boat. Also, there's a lot of birds around, I realized. Are they circling us? Let's go to a new location. Madagascar again. We're back in Madagascar. It really likes to put us in Madagascar today. We're gonna leave Madagascar. We're at Gray Fish. I don't know what that is. What is this? Canada? Where is Gray Fish? I don't know where it is. I don't know where Gray Fish is. It just says Gray Fish. I'm gonna assume it's like Canada or something. That sounds like a Canadian name, but I have no idea. Which side of the road are we driving on? That looks like the front, so we're driving on the right. I don't know. My brain says Canada. But we're not gonna stick around to find out. It's probably not Canada. I'm terrible at GeoGuessr. Ooh, some of this is cool. Very fancy entrance. This looks like a rich person's estate. I don't know why. Just it's something about this front gate with a massive plot of land where you can't even see the residents. Or can you see the residents? It looks like maybe it's a farm. What is this? This is a farm. I don't know. I mean, it's definitely some sort of farmland, but horse pasture. Maybe they do like horse training. Hey, hi, lurking while I do some kitchen projects. Good to see you. Hey, Popcorn Girl, how's it going? We are finding locations on Google Earth to paint. Ooh, this is a neat spot. I love like these rundown, like, like structures on the side of the street. I've always loved this. This is so... Look at these giant pots. This is so cool. These giant urns. They're not urns. I don't know what they are. I think that's cool. Where are we? We are in Bungkwa. Yasathon. Yasathon. We are in Thailand. What are they for? I don't know. No idea. I wonder if there's more of them. Let's go down to this other structure. They're probably not in use, whatever they are. Although I say that. Is that Jesus? these mud flaps with like are these Jesus mud flaps? No, I don't know. I don't think that's Jesus. I don't know who that is. It's funny though. Anyway. This is a pretty cool location though. Like this stuff is gorgeous to me. A person working on their motorcycle, fixing it up with their dog. Lots of motorcycles. I feel like that's something that I actually associate with Thailand for some reason. I feel like I always see motorcycles in Thailand. Yeah, I like this spot. This is cool. We're going to definitely paint something from here. Wait, did I go too far? I think I went too far. I got lost. I don't know where I went. There's a well. Is that a well? How did I get lost? Oh, here we go. These are the potted structures. Okay, we're gonna paint this. Here we go. Okay, so this is what I want to paint. If you guys want the location, here's the location. Before I forget, I will pin it to the top of chat in just a moment. There we go. I'm going to take some screenshots for my own record keeping and so that I can paint from them. You guys can paint whatever you want from here if you want to paint the same location. But yeah. I like that one. That looks like a trailer too. A trailer. Look at that trailer too. Where? I don't see a trailer. Oh, this? What is it called? Where you put things behind a car? Oh, this thing right here? I didn't even realize that was a trailer, but yeah. Yeah, that looks like some sort of trailer. The bed of a truck. Yeah. Yeah, it's a trailer. I think that's a trailer. Although that looks more like a truck bed than an actual trailer. That might just be literally the whole... Yeah, it might be. I don't actually know. I can't quite tell. But yeah, looks like it. But yeah, those are giant pots. That is really interesting. Especially considering, like, how close it is. Like, this looks like it's run down, but if you go up here just a tiny bit, these are, like, surprisingly nice locations. Like, they're a little bit old looking and, like, but they're kept up very well. And I don't know what you use these for, but they're gorgeous, and them just sitting here feels like a shame. Okay. Painting. Let's get going. I think it will paint this location. I'm going to put this over here today, right now. Now, do I want to paint... I mean, this one's a tough one, kind of. Because, like, this image is a good example where... Here, let's just go in and do a... Excuse me. Let's go in and do an analysis of this. So, like, when I'm thinking about this painting... There's some stuff that's obvious, like this for, hard edges and soft edges. Like, this is obviously these shapes here, the structure of the building. But then you get things like this, where this edge is not super crisp, right? Like, yes, I know there's a hard edge here, right? My brain wants to focus on that. But if I kind of squint, this is all just dark, right? The tree is here and it's dark. And this is dark too, And so... there's kind of the choice, like, do I draw the structure as I see it, or as I know it is there? But visually, the structure is not all clear. Like, this is all hard to see. If you kind of squint or zoom out, like, it's not a super clear shape. These are clear shapes, right? That's a pretty clear shape to me. This tree's a clear shape, right? You have the tree here. And then you have things like this where the values of these don't stand out. In fact, you actually have some weird little tangent things here where these pots are really interesting, but they don't stand out from the background that much. And so I'm thinking I want the pots to stand out. So I'm going to make sure this stuff is lighter or darker, probably lighter, right? So I'm going to probably lighten up the background a bit to help simplify this. So if I just think about the shapes that I do want, I'm going to want that shape to read, which means I'm going to have to do something about the background, right? I'm going to want this shape to read, which means I'm going to have to do something about the background. I probably want... I definitely want these shapes to read. These trees. But I'm not sure if I want the shed to read, right? So now I'm thinking... So these shapes I'm going to want. Mostly, I'm obviously in design. Now, the question is, do I want this shape to read and blend into here? Probably not. I'm not sure if it's super important to do everything here. I'm kind of thinking something like this. And this. And then these could kind of... I don't know. See, I'm not sure how I want to break this up. And this is where... Poor trailer didn't age well. Yeah. I mean, we could do like storytelling a little bit where maybe we have the pots and maybe we put the trailer here and maybe we put one of the pots on the trailer. And so maybe we do some you know, storytelling and we add a shape here that doesn't exist. Right? So here's the trailer. And then maybe this stuff is less important. So maybe this tree's still here, maybe these shapes are here, and maybe these shapes are here, but maybe everything else is kind of just not that important. So maybe this is kind of what we do, like that. Right? So there's sort of a... And obviously this stuff can be lighter or darker, but like... I'm thinking that sort of is our scene. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna add a pot here onto the trailer. Just to add that story of, like, these came from here. I don't know. I like that as storytelling. Okay, we don't have to do that, but that's what I'm going to do. I decided it's a choice. Artistic liberties and all that. Okay, first thing, though, let's get some darkness on the canvas. Let's do the red. We'll put this over here, actually. We're going to go red, nice and warm, because this scene is very warm. We don't need super red again, just a bit of an underpainting. We'll get some of that blue sky up here. Again, kind of just going to start making shapes. Maybe I'll use some of that green. I do want to block out where I think that roof will be. Okay, let's do this. Some shapes here. This is that big tree. This other tree here. And we're just ignoring the shed for a moment. And I kind of feel like zooming in a way, right? Like something like that. Where you're going to have this shape here. And this shape is going to be a little bit cooler, right? Because it's like a cool gray. And this is where that shape is. Actually, let's just do this exact composition. I like this composition up here that we have. It's this sort of crop in zoom shape. And then we have these little bucket things. Again, I said I was going to make the background lighter, so I'm going to do that. This will be lighter. And then in front of it, we have the dark shapes. These dark... I mean, again, they're not super dark, but they're... I'm going to block them in as if they're dark. Just two of them sitting there. Very big blocky shapes. Do you guys ever, when you watch people do plein air painting, or not plein air, but like whenever you watch people paint from photos, does it ever bother you, like when people like me or other people make extremely obvious, like, proportion, or like, why does that thing connect in that way? Why are you like, does it ever bother you where it's like, why are you making, like, you're an otherwise okay painter, why are you making this obvious error or thing that I would never do? Like, because sometimes, like, there was, okay, okay, let me give some context to this. There was a Proko video. Proko being like the biggest art YouTuber probably, or like he has tons of subscribers. Lots of people watch his content. I mean, it's not like the videos are super popular, but a pretty big channel. Most of you guys know Proko. There was a couple weeks ago. There was a person doing some portrait painting. Also, why is my nose itchy? There was a person doing a portrait painter, and her finished work is extremely good. And so no hate against her or anything she does. I don't even really know who she is, but she makes gorgeous work. She's obviously very, very skilled. But when she was doing these sessions of like her portrait drawing, she kept not putting the neck or like connecting the shoulders to the head. And I'm like, what are you doing? Like, part of me was like screaming at my monitor, like, how are you drawing these people and like you're ignoring the neck part? Like, what's happening with your proportions? And she would kind of fix it as she goes on, but I'm like, that it's just it's like, and I know I do that. I know I do that stuff. Like, you guys are probably watching me and thinking, how are you, like, why are you making these things so dark, or why are you doing it this way? And like, it's funny because just like people have their own ways of working, and sometimes it's like you do a thing wrong, but you know you're gonna fix it later. Sometimes I don't know what's going through different people's heads, but it can be kind of interesting when you watch it, because like, what is happening? Like, why? I don't know. So I wonder if people look at me and think that, like, why do I do the things I'm doing? But that's like, your focus is trying to get the relationship between other things. Exactly, right? They're probably focusing on other things, and I'm focusing on the thing they're not focusing on. Think, why are they doing it wrong? Right? Or not wrong, but like, why are they doing it this way? Well, they're not. They're just not worried about it yet. Or maybe, again, maybe that's an area where they could improve, and they just aren't focused. You know, they're not at the stage where they're doing all the things right automatically. They still have to focus on stuff, like all of us, right? But anyway, I just thought it was interesting because I'm thinking here, I'm being self-aware. I'm like, I bet you people are looking at my stuff and like, this looks stupid. The value structure's wrong. Everything's unclear. That's why some of the most experienced artists are also some of the most painful to watch, as they already have a vision in their head, but we can't see it besides what's on the page. True, that's another. Yeah, maybe. 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 I'm not sure. I mean, I think a lot of artists also just go with the flow, and they'll do a thing they already know is going to work. It may not be the vision in their head, but it's like they have enough experience that they can pivot and change and adjust as they need anyway. So even if they do something not perfect, it's not going to ruin their painting because they know how to work with it. So like, there can be a confidence that maybe a beginner wouldn't have. Hey Skittle, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. But yeah, not being able to see where an artist is going is definitely a struggle with that, for sure. And that's something that always kind of... That's one of the reasons it's really hard, I think, to learn sometimes from artists just by watching them. And even if they're narrating what they're doing, it can be hard to learn, because they're not always narrating the things that they're actually thinking about. Or maybe they're narrating the things they're thinking about, but they're not narrating the things that they aren't thinking about, which are the things they've already put into practice by thinking about them. Right? Like, if a runner, if you had like a professional athlete trying to explain what they're thinking about when they're running, they probably aren't thinking about their form. And yet, they probably have impeccable form because they've already trained that into them, right? They've already practiced it so many times that when they run, they just have good form, right? It's not that they aren't thinking of it. It's not like the inexperienced runner shouldn't think about their form, but no, it's just that they're not at the same stage. And so, you know, are all pro artists thinking about composition or perspective? Like, maybe not. Maybe their perspective is just intuitive, and yet that doesn't mean that you shouldn't think about that, right? So it's very hard to, I think, to learn, because just because they're thinking about one thing doesn't mean that's the thing you need to think about. Maybe you need to think about your form, right? Using the running analogy. And I don't know, I find it very hard. It's hard to learn from people because it's more, yeah, it's tough. Hey, Fair Mora, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Anyway, let's get this painting, some of the bones of the painting in, because right now it's looking a bit wonky. It's a bit of a wonker. A wonker? That's not a word. Maybe it is. But yeah, I hope everyone's doing great. My day's going pretty good. All good. What about you? I'm doing good. Doing good. Doing well. Doing good is like what Batman does, right? Batman does good. Doing well is like I'm good. I'm great. My day is nice. That's doing well, right? So I should try to say I'm doing well. Being a little pedantic there, but yeah. Just adding some little dark bits of light poking through. I'm gonna come in here and make a lot of dark shapes poking through. But first, I'm just gonna play with some light and shadow, add some brightness. First time I heard Batman does good rather than Sure, Superman. Okay, Superman does good. Superman does good. But either way, the answer to how are you doing, I'm doing good, is not what I meant. I mean, maybe I am doing good also, but I think I'm doing well. Superheroes are supposed to do good. Batman does good. I mean, does he though? I don't know, debatable. I feel like Batman is extremely morally gray. I guess all superheroes kind of are, right? Because, like, they're deciding right and wrong, enforcing their ideas of right and wrong on other people often. Batman does justice. Fair enough, fair enough. Batman does well, it's not all, it's his form of justice. It's not even, I don't even think it's always just, like, I feel like Batman is extremely morally gray. I think most of the others, at least their morals more align. I mean, luckily the Batman villains are black enough in terms of morals that it's pretty obvious that Batman is on the right side, because, like, if you have someone literally going to blow up a city and they're telling you they're gonna blow up a city, then it's okay to, like, do whatever you. Batman, at least he has a no kill policy. You mean only to the baddies? Doesn't Batman constantly, like, make things explode and run people off the road, and, like, you just accept that they're probably okay, but you don't know? And then when it gets to, like, the big baddie, he's like, no, I'm not gonna do harm to you. It's like, dude, you just, like, did all the you just like destroyed everyone else, and then the big baddie you spared. I don't know. Batman feels like he's all over the place when it comes to morals. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of Batman's justice policy. But yeah, I think that's better to say Batman does justice. But no, I think all superheroes have that issue of like they're deciding for people what is right and wrong, and they're imposing that their ideas on other people. Batman does theater, maybe, yeah. A tight, yeah, kind of like politicians. Yeah, I think Batman does a lot of that, right? Like he does a lot of like he makes a he'll wreak havoc in the name of like saving the city, but because the city never actually was harmed, there's always that question like, well, what if you like who gave you, I mean, I guess in actual, okay, hold up. With Batman's in a unique position, right? I don't know enough about Batman lore, so maybe a lot of the stuff I'm going to say is wrong. But Batman has been given the permission by the city, right? So I was going to say, like, who gives you permission to destroy the city to save people who may or may not have been in harm's way just because you thought they were in harm's way? But like, I guess the city commissioner, like, they kind of do give him permission. Like on paper, it's not okay, but they kind of literally are a team. So, right, like the city commissioner's like, oh, okay, you can, you know, like they know what's going on. So yeah, maybe I'm a little wrong there. Okay, let's put some fun colors in here. But no, I'm not a big superhero fan when it comes to just in general. I don't know. I've never been a big superhero fan. I like, or at least it's like the trendy superheroes. I like superhero stories that are, they feel, I don't know, like ones that feel original or interesting and new. And a lot of the old timey ones, the ones that came from comic books, we've heard those stories so many times, they don't feel like they're fresh. At least for me. Like what? I like I guess I think I like superpower movies or stories more than superheroes. I like it when there's like a group of people or a person who gets a superpower, but doesn't isn't it's not like a your classic superhero movie. I don't know, there was a whole bunch of them. Like there's a bunch on Netflix, just like random shows. They aren't all necessarily like the best shows ever, and a lot of them were canceled. But you have things like Sense8, which is just like these random people are all have like superpowers basically. They have like these weird, I forgot exactly what the premise was. It's been many years since I've seen that show. But there's a bunch of shows where like, where people will discover things and then they get powers, but like it's kind of origin stories, but it's not about a superhero, right? It's just powers being explored in a world and with random people. And it's not like here is the one person you are destined to save the world, right? You are the only person who can beat the big baddie. Um, the only superhero I like is Light Yagami. Isn't he kind of? Wait, isn't he the baddie? Isn't he? Isn't he kind of the baddie in a way? See again, isn't that whole thing about? It's been a long time since I've seen Death Note. But like, isn't that the whole thing? Like, him deciding that, and I don't know. It feels, and like his way of doing it is a flawed way of justice, and so it happens to be that maybe the people he kills are bad people, but like we don't know that. Like he doesn't. He thinks he knows it, but that's not a good enough method. I don't know. I there's always morally gray areas, and morally gray is fine. It makes for a good TV show, but like there in the real world, there's a reason that I think having a process to determine things, and sometimes that process is slow and not perfect, but it's better than, in my opinion, than like the alternative of being uh making grave errors in the other direction, right? Not to get too much into like moral politics and all that, but like I don't look at Light and think, "Oh, he's the hero." Like in some ways I think like that's more indicative that you have a system that is not doing anything to like stop like holding people in power accountable, right? I think if you are, I mean, maybe that isn't that the whole phrase, like the hero, not the hero we need or whatever, not the hero we want, but the hero we need, or I don't know what the saying is, but maybe it's that whole phrase, right? Like it's unfortunate that maybe there are cases where that is the thing that is working, or that's the only thing that we have right now, but that's not really what we need. I feel like it's more that's more indicative of like things have already gone off the rails. If we're resorting to like single people having to take justice into their own hands. Okay. But I, right now, am trying to figure out how the heck to paint all this. Uh, but most of the time, it's a bit of hero's journey anyway, right? Wait, what do you mean? Maybe? Yeah? I guess? Although I don't really know what you mean when you say hero's journey. I mean, I know the archetype of like a person that you follow and watching them sort of rise above some sort of challenge being a hero in that sense. But I don't think of a literal hero. I don't think you need a literal like hero to the people type hero to have a hero's journey. A hero's journey can just be any sort of story where you have a, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I always thought it's just any sort of story where you have a person sort of being being a hero in sort of their own eyes, or in maybe the eyes of another person, or not even that, but just like overcoming their own little tiny world of challenges. Like, if you overcome bowling, that could be a hero's journey. You don't have to have people cheering in your name and clapping, right? You could still be the an outcast, but that could still be a hero's journey kind of. um that's how I always thought of that. But like any story can have that. It doesn't, I don't know. I don't know how that's, is that relevant? Maybe. I just think, to me, I think the superpowers in general are just fun because it's like it's like discovering video game mechanics, kind of, where you have this cool interaction, and you kind of, it's exploration, it's more like science, and I've always liked that. I like the sciencing type of things, like let's figure it out sort of stuff. I'm in this weird situation. Let's figure out what my situation is. Let's figure out what's going on. Let's understand what I can do. Let's try things. Let's explore. Let's figure out this new weird wacky world we find ourselves in. That's what I like. I don't really care about, oh, there's a big baddie, they gotta beat the bad guys. I don't, who cares? Like, I don't give a, I mean, some action can be nice for my brain that wants that hit of dopamine or whatever, but it doesn't really matter to me. I much would rather just have interesting explorative things. Whereas I feel like a lot of times in superhero movies, it always feels like it's more about the big baddie. It's like, oh, you're trying to overcome this crazy threat to the world, and like I genuinely don't care. It's and very rarely do the movies actually make me care. I don't know. I'm done with superhero. I haven't really been watching superhero movies for quite a while because I just don't have any interest in them. Not anymore. I used to. I see it's about the villain. A lot of superhero movies feel like they're about the villain, at least to me. And I just don't care about the villain. Like I don't want some big literal threat that like I think that there's somebody pointed out that like I think Ghibli does this well. The problems a Ghibli character faces aren't problems of like anyone else. It's like this one person dealing with their own struggles, and the struggles might feel big to them, but they're not Earth, they aren't literally saving the planet. They're not saving the city. They're not saving all of humanity and the multiverse. None of that the stuff doesn't happen, right? And I like it when it's just like one person dealing with stuff, and it can still feel big and important without having to be literal explosions and destroying property and buildings, and like that just feels like it's like that's what a problem feels like from the eyes of like a billionaire or from a corporation. Is like, oh no, we're losing product. Oh no, uh, stuff is dying and people are can't, like, it feels like, skyscraper falls over. That's a big problem. For most people, that isn't as big of a problem as like, I don't know, more down to earth problems, right? It's, yes, a skyscraper collapsing is a problem for the people obviously who are in the skyscraper and the people who own it and the city that has to repair it and all the money and the projects. But like the actual impact on, like, from a storytelling perspective, I don't find that compelling. That's like, oh no, big expensive thing, or it's, I don't know, a lot of super movie definitely feels like it's more of a problem from a I don't know how to word it. They always seem they always say Eastern philosophy is more about sacrificing the individual for the common good, but what you're saying now is kind of like it happens in Western superhero movies. Well, I feel like the scale of the problem is, in superhero movies, they always try to make it bigger and bigger instead of more important. Like to me, it kind of, I mean, it's hard not to talk about this in more of like an analogy way, but like it feels a little bit like when you hear like a company's CEO talking about their struggles, and it just feels out of touch. It's like those don't feel like struggles to me. Like not the type, like there are struggles that to the layperson might feel more important, and those I mean, like to a kid, for example, when you're a kid, something like your parents getting a divorce can be earth shattering, right? Or something like, you moving schools can feel like the world is ending. And yet, if you do the story right, you can relate more to that child than you can to, oh my gosh, Mad Bomber's gonna blow up the world, right? I don't ever feel like it's grounded. It's just bigger. They just keep scaling it up. Oh, the my city's under attack. My country's under attack. The universe is under attack. Like, I don't give a crap. Like, can we just make it feel important to the person and not like I don't know, it just feels like big explosions, more lives lost doesn't mean scarier. Like that to me just doesn't do it. I don't know. It feels lame, kind of. And then occasionally you do have like a superhero movie that tries to sort of connect on like the human level. But again, it still ends up feeling like super rich billionaire who has it all struggles with basic things that everybody else struggles with. And to me, that story would be even more impactful if they just didn't have the superpowers, because you just like, to me it feels like it's contaminating the whole point. And like, I get what they're trying to do, but that's why I think superhero movies struggle, right? Because that's why they struggle for me, or because it feels like you're like, it feels like a fun writing challenge or a writing exercise. Take this person who has it all, and what if they lost the one thing that was important to them? Great. But also, like, you've lost the connectedness of, like, I don't know. Again, I'm not a writer, so maybe I'm totally wrong in this. I'm sure there are exceptions where there's probably exceptions where I would like something that would do exactly what I'm saying I don't like. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I just haven't liked superhero movies for a while. But I do like the explorative side, right? Again, I do like some of the origin tropes of, like, discovering power and or discovering something unique. Maybe it's not even power, right? Maybe it's just like a weird ability or a quirk or something. I do like that stuff. I think that's fun. Because again, I like the curiosity. I think that the best way I've heard it put is like stories where you have ordinary people in extraordinary worlds. I like that, right? And the world can be uh contextual. So it can be their world, right? It doesn't have to literally be the world. But like a person, again, a child moving cities is a normal person in a new unknown place, right? And they have to explore it. That to me is interesting. Or a ordinary person plunged into a world of magic and now they have a superpower. That's also new. Yes, because now everybody might have superpowers, but you can still follow the one person who, is exploring their powers and figuring out what this new stuff's all about. That's their world being changed. But they're still more or less a normal person. I'm not a huge fan of the extraordinary person in a normal world. You have a person with superpowers in New York City. Okay, great. Like, you have all the basic crime and just stupid stuff, and then it's like, this guy's super strong, and I don't know, just feels bad to me. It doesn't feel interesting. I don't know. But I know I'm not. I mean, I don't think I'm in the majority based on what people buy and consume. Well, slice of life plus they add superheroes. Yeah. Sounds like you're more into slice of life genre. No, no, I mean, it's not. I like superpowers. I just think when it follows the hero and it puts the hero against a situation and says solve it. I I'd rather the hero just like, yeah, like, yeah, slice of life with superheroes would be fine. Well, it's all manufactured. Marketing is a thing. Yeah, no. That's true. Marketing is a thing. But I think a lot of times my gripe isn't even that it has big problems, it's that the big problems feel very, like, corporate, if that makes sense. It feels like it's, the numbers are at stake, I mean, they don't, it's not literally, oh no, think of the stock prices, but oftentimes it is. It's like, the government has a problem that you need to help solve. And from the government's perspective, it's like a thing that isn't relatable, but it's like it's important for the country or whatever. Or it's like a big corporation needs you because, this thing is gonna do a thing that only the rich people care about, or like doesn't impact most people's lives, but it's it's devastating for the country. And or it always feels like it's the problem seems to be coming from, like, it's the biggest problem from the perspective of like a government or a company. It never seems like it's the biggest problem from the perspective of a normal person. right? It's not it always seems to be like the people on the ground are oblivious, right? You have all the citizens of the city, say New York City, are unaware of this threat that they're facing, and only the hero and this select few group of people can save them. But they don't even realize there's a threat. That's so out of touch. Like, why not solve the threat that the people are feeling, right? Like, what about those problems? Like, it's it always seems to be in this very weird direction of storytelling that is, I don't know, it's very strange. And again, maybe I'm a little out of touch with like the genres these days of superhero movies because I haven't seen them in a while. Because I don't typically go out of my way to see them. So like if I'm watching them, I might watch them on like if they're if they're on a streaming platform that I already have, I'll watch them. But I don't typically like go to theaters to see superhero movies. It's hard to put yourself in the shoes of a character because it takes huge suspension of disbelief to think the government would ever want us to do anything that important to them, and even more to imagine that we'd take their offer. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Yeah, totally. I mean, that's certainly part of it. Yeah, I think that's a good point. Yeah, like if normally, yeah, like what's the relatable part there, right? Like it's certainly not the superhero with superpowers. That's not relatable. The world that they're in isn't even relatable because the focus is on this elite group of individuals, which again I'm not a part of in any way. Um, like where's the relatability there? Oh, you have a struggle with family life, like great. You also are a multi-billionaire with magic powers. Like get over it, man. Like if you can't solve that, then like that you're not getting sympathy from me. Like I kind of get it, right? But like you're not winning me over when you it's basically like they feel like, what if Elon Musk had a problem? Like, dude, like I'm not relating to this guy. I don't care about him. Like, even if he's doing something potentially cool or whatever, like, I don't know. And yeah. I think Spider-Man generally feels the most grounded, but even that gets a little out of whack. But I think Spider-Man's the closest to like okay-ish. I don't know. I think a lot of people enjoy fantasizing about having that much power or importance, but I certainly don't want that much. Well, I actually, again, this is why I kind of do like superpower movies or like superpower genres, but not necessarily superhero. I like the idea of like, what if you woke up tomorrow and discovered you could teleport a short distance? Not a big distance, not earth shattering, I'm gonna go on a trip or something, but just like, a few meters, you could just teleport. Like, what would you do? How would your life change? Explore that concept. That's super cool to me. Doesn't mean you're waking up and fighting bad guys. Maybe go and try something and, maybe you try to rob a bank or something because you're stupid and now the authorities are after you and now that's your problem. But like, even that's a bit far-fetched. Like, what if you just woke up and you had this weird thing and like you could do something? I don't know. Maybe you could move something with your mind. Where would that story go? It doesn't need to be a superhero movie. It's just superpowers, right? I think that stuff's way more engaging because that you can fantasize about, right? You can imagine yourself being a school-aged person having a weird superpower that you're hiding from your friends, or maybe you let your friends in on the secret and they think you're super cool and something. But like it just doesn't always need to escalate into now now you're Spider-Man. Or I don't know. This is just the opinion of one random dude on the internet. You don't have to agree with me. Also, I'm painting super slow. We all want power, not having power. Sure. I mean, maybe. Yeah, and I don't mind people, but I think stories of people like overcoming that is fine. Like I'm not against superheroes or superpowers in movies. I genuinely do like that stuff. I just think it's in the last 5 to 10 years or even more, it's not a genuine exploration. It feels like they're just telling stories that have been out for a long time and they all feel kind of old-timey and I don't know, they I know a lot of them try to stick to like origins of like the original comic books. Um I don't know. I just feel like they're not they've become less and less for me. Which maybe it's because I've gotten older and they're therefore, you know, more for kids. Or I don't know. I don't know if that I don't think that's fair because there's no reason superhero movies need to be for kids. I just feel like they're just not for me for whatever reason. But there are movies like again, I've mentioned this a lot. Like I'm a big fan of the Avatar movies, not the Last Airbender. I mean, Last Airbender is awesome, but not the movies. um, the Blue People Avatar. Like I've always liked those movies because they are kind of that, right? In some ways, the people do have superpowers, right? They're literally super strong. There's giant creatures, right? They're basically superhuman, but they're not because now everyone's like that and they're all just kind of that's the world they find themselves in. So it's more about the normal person in an extraordinary world. Anyway, I've rambled about this a few times, but I like that exploration. And it's also one of the reasons why I think a lot of is it not Christopher Nolan? Who's the person who does the oh, let me Google real quick. Yeah, Christopher Nolan. So like a lot of Christopher Nolan movies are so close to being good for me, but then they completely ruin it by making the plot too big and convoluted. Hey Sarah, how's it going? Thanks for the hydrate redeem. Like I love the exploration in those movies, right? In pretty much all Christopher Nolan movies, I do like the exploration, right? I really like, what if you had this power to reverse time, or what if you had this power to enter people's dreams, or what if you had this power to shape the world, well, in people's dreams. Again, with Inception, right? Those are super cool concepts, and I wish they would just explore them more and not have some super convoluted plot trying to be the most important thing, because to me that's always felt like it's made it, instead of this like childlike curiosity of ooh, let's explore it, it just dumps you into like, covert CIA undercover mission. It's like, okay, I'm no longer feel like I'm part of the story, right? I don't get to explore it with you because now I'm just watching, you know this person do this thing. It feels like it loses that connectedness of like, oh, I could see myself in this person's shoes. I could have initially, like when they first discovered this thing and they get to explore it. That's cool. You can explore it with them. But then I feel like at some point it just loses me. And I don't need to feel like I'm in, I don't need to feel like I'm part of the plot every time, but like sometimes it just like superhero movies in particular are especially bad at that for me, where like at no point do I feel like this is relatable or their problems I care about. Sarah, hope you're doing well. Hope the day is going nicely. I was excited to go see the new Spider-Man, but now that Disney laid off 1,000 Marvel artists, I don't know if I want to do that anymore. I'll see it eventually one way or the other. Yeah. I'll probably see it eventually. Spider-Man is the one superhero genre that I kind of it still is appealing to me. Um but even that I haven't been super interested. Like I'm typically not going to the theaters to see superhero movies. I mean, I haven't been going to the theaters for really any movie lately for quite a while. Also, I was gonna put one of these things on here. Marvel generally did a good job with character-driven story, at least up until Endgame. Yeah, I think Endgame, I wasn't. Yeah, basically once they had the whole cinematic universe and all of the Avengers, I never got into that. And even when they weren't the Avengers movies, every time you'd go to like watch a Spider-Man thing, half the characters would be other characters with superpowers, and it was like I'm so over it. Like I don't want here's a friend of elite superheroes and they're gonna save the world. Like it just never it just doesn't do it. I don't like I really don't want Iron Man to be in my Spider-Man movie. Can we just stop doing that? Like I like Iron Man movies. The original Iron Man was awesome. But I also don't want what's his name? The dude with the wings who flies that isn't Iron Man. I don't want him in my Iron Man movie either. I don't want. Stop putting other superheroes in my superhero movies. Just give me the one superhero. What I love, Peter and Tony. Sure, that's fair. You can like that. I'm just tired. In my opinion, the MCU is the best thing to happen to Spider-Man. Oh gosh, I'm so much disagreement here. Oh man, that's the worst thing to happen to Spider-Man. Oh man, fight me. No. I think if you're a big fan of it and once you're invested, I totally get it. But to me it feels jarring to like because I don't like all the characters or I don't follow them all. Um yeah, that's no, to me that's where I stopped caring basically. And I know I'm not the I'm not the I know my opinion doesn't speak for everybody. Obviously, a lot of people disagree with me. But that's fine. They can watch the movies, and I don't need to. I have no problem that the movies are being made. Keep making them, If people like them, go for it. I think it was a nice change of pace from the very isolated nature to say the old Iron Man movies. Like, I love Tony, but Iron Man 1 and 2 are just okay, in my opinion. What? Iron Man 1 was amazing. But yeah, Iron Man 2 is a little weird. But again, Iron Man... So before you showed up, Sarah, I was ranting about this already. Iron Man 2, I think, really suffered from the thing that I was just talking about, which is like, you are this... Or not you, but like, the main character has this power. It's already been established. And now, look, there's another supervillain with their own powers. And now they have to fight this other super... That's the stuff that I didn't like. I'm not a big fan of like the big boss vibes. Like, oh, here's this big baddie, you gotta beat him, and only you can beat him because you have superpowers. Like that to me always sort of felt alienating, kind of like. I don't know. I mentioned this earlier, but I'm gonna repeat myself. I'm a big fan of superpowers, but not necessarily superheroes. So there's a lot of like Netflix shows that follow like multiple characters and they all develop powers at the same time, and they're sort of like uh and they're sort of exploring their powers and stuff like it doesn't have to be Netflix, but really I'm struggling to name a show for some reason. But But basically shows where powers are explored, but not necessarily like a villain, right? I don't care about the villain. I just like the exploration and the new world that they find themselves in. Yeah, I like that, and it doesn't need to be like an earth-shattering event of like you have to save the world, but more just like whatever. I mean, it could literally be anything. It could just be a it could be like just how your hometown is shaken up because of these things. It doesn't always need to be like escalating from your community to your city to your country to the world. Like I don't need the world to be in danger. But yeah, right now I'm just doing some plain air April, sort of just trying to very slowly paint this. This one's taken me forever. A long-running universe can definitely suffer from the ever-increasing stakes. That's why Spider-Man is a nice change of pace. His whole thing is focused on his local area. Yeah, I think Spider-Man's the closest to the one that I like. Again, it's sort of... Even that can get a bit extreme, especially... And again, before you came in, Sarah, I was talking about, like, a lot of the problems feel very corporate, and I don't know how else to word it. But it oftentimes feels like it's like a government or a secret group of people come to the person with the superpowers and say, no one else is aware of this problem, but we need you to solve it. And it feels like this, like, it doesn't feel like it's a problem that actually affects real people. It's oftentimes like this existential threat to like humanity or the community, and it still might be a problem to the community, but it's like it feels a lot like it's very ignorable for most people. And so I would find myself being like, no thanks. I think I'll pass, right? And like why, find someone else. And it always yet it's always made it feel like they need this person, and I don't know, it's always felt very, it's not super easy to connect with. Like, gosh, there was I was watching and I know this show is maybe not controversial but not super loved, but it was the DC um the DC show. Gosh, I don't know, like Superman, it has all the different characters in it, right? It had a, it might have been a Superman show, or maybe it was Supergirl, or it was a show with Superman. No, I think it was Superman. I don't remember. No, I think it was Supergirl, actually. I don't know. It was one of those shows. But anyway, I remember one of the, like, they were trying, one of the plot lines was like the community, like this local community people, like their community is struggling because some weird, like, funding or something isn't going to go through, and they're going to lose their community building, and like all these people who rely on these services are going to be homeless or whatever. And like I felt like it was so close to almost having a good, like, oh, this is a thing we could care about. But then they just like they never introduced the characters who are pushing for this, and it just focused on the superheroes in the background, like, let's go save the day. And it's like you almost had normal people having normal people experiences and normal people problems, but then you just like didn't actually care about the characters. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you were so close. Like, you almost had me, but then you ruined it with like this sort of, like out of touch corporate vibes of like, like we don't know how our own employees actually, what their day-to-day experiences are, but we're gonna come in and fix their problems for them vibes. Like it felt extremely corporate. I don't know how else to describe it, but so many superhero movies or shows all end up feeling like that. Like out of touch people solving everyday people's problems. they set up a plot about struggling people, but then didn't actually incorporate any of the struggling people as characters. Yeah, exactly, exactly. I mean, there was like one of them, but he was just like a go-between of like the community manager person. And so it's like, oh, we have a problem, let's talk to him. And they show 30 seconds of talking to this guy, and then they went back, and it's like, no. It reeks of top-down fixing without actually input from those or like, or why even have the people in superpowers fixing the problems at all? Why not have a story focused on the people who in the community fixing their problems? Like, it just feels like it's a lot more engaging when you feel like the stakes are the stakes for the people fixing it. Like, even if Spider-Man's community is destroyed, Spider-Man's gonna be fine, you know? I don't like the stakes aren't for Spider-Man. Not I mean sometimes they are, but like it feels very savory a lot of times. And I just I don't know. Not It seems weird to use a superhero for that kind of problem. Like, what did he do? Laser eye banks? Well, I think it was like I don't remember exactly what it was, but I think a lot of Superman that because like Lex Luthor is the billionaire baddie, and like he does things with business, and so there is like business ramifications and like affecting communities because business, big billionaires are doing things and it's crippling small business and stuff. So like it kind of had that vibe, but it was ultimately not. I don't know. It was weird. I just it's been a long time since I found a superhero movie where I'm like, wow, this is really engaging for me. Maybe I'm jaded. Maybe I'm just getting old and I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I'm just sorry. I'm complaining. I shouldn't be complaining. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk where I complain about movies that I don't have to watch, by the way. Also, I just realized there's like an entire upper platform here that I didn't put in. So these things are very blurry, and I realize this is super blurry. I think complain. No, I mean, I hope it didn't come off too complainy because it's not really. It's more of just like. I mean, I guess we could shift this conversation to like like a bigger problem where it's more like the problem of people not because I also do know that like if companies or studios make movies that are not like that, it's much harder to sell the public on them, and it's harder to get butts and seats and make money and fund the projects. And like I get it, people like me might ask for a thing, but I'm also not as likely to go to something if it's unless you can sell me on it, and the thing that sells me on it is going to be different than what sells you on it, and it's a much harder thing to pull off and do, and it's not as likely to make as much money or to be as profitable. And I understand that, like, it's not super realistic that every movie can be a super new original story that's has all the things working perfectly. I don't know. So it's kind of an impossible ask. Sarah says, in the last Spider-Man, he did sacrifice a lot in order to fix things. Uh, what's That's what the next movie is going to deal with. No spoilers. Wait, I'm okay if you spoil. What did he when you say he sacrificed a lot? What does that mean? And when you say that, is that other people sacrifice stuff that he had to be okay with, and like, because I feel like how does Spider-Man sacrifice something and maintain being Spider-Man without it actually just being a bad perspective of someone else sacrificing something? Like losing a loved one to me is less about Spider-Man sacrificing something and more of that person died and that was that they suffered. We had the exact argument with someone the other day, and I was basically just trying to make the argument that over focusing on surefire demographics was damaging movie creativity, but they were in marketing, so they assumed I didn't know anything about anything. It basically supported the status quo, their dying breath. Like, we can acknowledge the proven success of marketing tactics, but also recognize the need for more original ideas. Yeah, yeah, I agree. Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. And I mean, it's a tough problem. Like, on one hand, I would love to see more non-run-of-the-mill superhero stories that have been written, 50 years ago. And I know superhero stories continue to be written, but that have their origins from 50 years ago, and just like having new and fresh things. Like I'd love more of that. I think we should have more of that. But I also understand the difficulty of making those things because, we live in a world where you have to be able to make them and fund them. And, there's human nature and marketing and all that stuff. And it's tricky. I get it. So I'm not saying we can't do it, but I also kind of understand it's a very difficult problem to solve. Me just wishing something doesn't make it easy to do. And like I'm aware enough of my sort of human nature side that like even if you gave me what I'm asking for, I'm not guaranteed to go and watch it because I may not know it exists, and even if I do, it may not sound super appealing to me. It doesn't mean that at some point I won't discover it and love it, but having like, and this is a tricky thing because I wasn't there that interview, I think it was like with Brad Pitt or something like a couple years ago, where he basically made the claim, and I think it's been more or less supported by, I mean, by just your eyes, but really just it's he basically made the claim that like a lot of times back in the day, right, back in like DVD day, a movie could kind of not do very well in the box office and be totally fine because it would have long running sales and it would make more money. It would, some movies would have success like a year later because they would catch wind and DVD sales would go crazy and people would, but like that doesn't happen anymore, right? If it doesn't do well in theaters the 3 weeks after it comes out, it's a failure. Like if it doesn't make its money there, it's not going to make its money, period. I think that's a travesty. That sucks because there is no like time for people to discover a thing, and like maybe people have lives and they aren't just like wanting to go and buy every time someone makes a movie. Maybe they want to watch an old movie and rediscover some of the classics and things that they haven't seen. This idea that we all need to watch movies the day they come out sucks, and I kind of get it with online and not having some sort of like secondary aftermarket. There isn't really that, right? Back in the day, there was DVDs and people could own the thing, and maybe you'd see something in a theater, but buy a movie for someone, 3 years later. I remember getting gifted movies that had come out probably 5 years ago, as a kid. Like, oh, I got a movie that I had seen once at a friend's house, and I mentioned it to my mom, and she decided to get it for me for Christmas, like because she had heard that I really liked this movie. Those were awesome gifts, right? But that market doesn't exist really now. And I do think that's a shame because it's totally changed the types of movies people can make. Instead of trying to make good quality movies that will stand the test of time, you need to make movies that will sell tickets today. And it's not about the test of time. And I just feel like, again, maybe I'm a little bit over exaggerating here. But I just think that's a shame. Like, I can understand the reality of the situation, but also think the reality sucks. So, like, I don't have a solution to that problem. But yeah. Well, I put a bunch of line breaks before the spoiler, but I guess Twitch removed them. uh, last Spider-Man spoiler. Wait, in the last Spider-Man, he did sacrifice a lot in order to fix things. That's what. Uh, wait, last Spider-Man, he had to sacrifice everyone to lose their memories. He has to make everyone lose their memories of Spider-Man, including MJ and Ted and Ned. Yeah, but is that really him sacrificing a thing, or is that like them sacrificing a thing? Like, I mean, it kind of is. It is him sacrificing, but like, those are the types of sacrifices that feel very. Like, imagine someone came to you and said, I made the choice that you forgot about this event. You know, you had these friends and now you don't remember them, and I decided that for you because trust me, the world needed that. That feels very top down. Like, I just don't like that. It doesn't feel like it's. He didn't necessarily did he sacrifice more than they sacrificed? The only sacrifice is that he remembers it, and it feels bad, I guess. Like, it's one thing if everybody forgot the memory, but he didn't. In some ways, he sacrificed less than they did. I don't know. It's a weird like philosophy question, kind of, isn't it? It just doesn't. I don't know. Like, the framing makes it sound like, oh, he sacrificed so much, but also, like, deciding for other people that they're gonna lose their memories and like, oh no, they lost the memory of you because you had to decide that. Like, I don't know. Feels weird. Feels weird, man. Maybe I'm just trying to find reasons to not like it. I do like Spider-Man though. Spider-Man's cool. Always have liked him. You should watch the last Spider-Man. Okay, I'll have to watch the last Spider-Man. So let's see. On Amazon Prime, you still have to buy a lot of the movies to watch them, so there is an aftermarket. Okay, kind of. But like, also, when there's so much then non-movies that you don't have to buy, why would you buy them? I don't feel like it's the same. Before, if you wanted to watch a movie, you had to buy them. Now you don't. I don't know. Yeah, it's. But like, it's not making a movie worth making if they can maybe sell a few extra copies on Amazon. But yeah, it's. I don't have the solution to how to make movies that are engaging to me. Maybe I just haven't been into movies lately, also. That could be a thing. To be honest, I really haven't. I've mostly been into just playing video games lately. I haven't really been into movies. And I wonder, now I'm psychoanalyzing myself, but I do feel like a lot with that is like I like the decision making in games, whereas in movies, more and more I feel like I'm annoyed at the decision making in the movies. Like, every once in a while there are movies where you watch them and the characters are all super believable, and like story video games too. No, not so much story video games. For stories, I mostly prefer books, I feel like, lately. I feel like video games suffer from those super high stakes. They do. But see, I don't mind the super high stakes. It's more of the relatability. And I think when you're playing the character, it is relatable. right? When you are the character and you're making the choices, that relatability goes factor in, like, the stakes matter because it's your world. The stakes matter because you feel them. It doesn't matter how sort of unrealistic the stakes are. If it's actually affecting you in the storyline, then it is affecting you. In movies, it's weird because this random character they haven't introduced might be harmed. Oh no, you know, big bus going towards a bunch, and that's not to say that like I lack empathy for anyone. I have to know the person to care. I'm not saying that. It's more that like to feel engaged, I do think you need to like introduce the characters a little bit. Just telling me a million people are gonna die isn't the same as like, you know, a million like or like having two close friends die. And again, I realize there's a bit of like a hypocrisy here because I think in the real world, in some ways, the Superman, you know, the superhero stakes are very much more important to me. Like if you had to like, you know, like the trolley problem, like I would take the 5 people, you know, I would not kill the 5 people over the one like close family member. It would be the family member. Sorry family, but like 5 people, I couldn't kill 5 people over one person, right? Like that would be insane. Um I don't so but in storytelling, I actually want it to be that. I'd rather the one person be saved, right? So for those who don't know, the classic trolley problem is like the one family member that you care a lot about, or the 5 people that you don't know who you've never met, right? In the movies, I want it to focus on the one person, right? Focus on the loved one. Focus on the thing, the stakes that matter to you. In real life, I'm gonna take the 5 because it is, to me, it's more like it's just math, right? Like, but in the movies, I want to feel that connection to the like what the problem is, right? And I think in movies they have it flipped. It feels like they focus on the big thing. Isn't it just about movies? Moving the lever makes you an accomplice. Oh, I think that is a part of the problem. I mean, it's not just about that. No, I think the trolley problem, there's a million different versions of the trolley problem. Each can have like a different uh angle of like what is the heart of the moral problem. And yeah, I think the autonomy part of like if I don't do anything, then just let things fall as they may and I'm guilt free. That's certainly a part of it. Um but I think if you know the situation you're in, I mean, again, that is always a very real moral problem. Like, I am a big believer that you don't have to intervene every time you see something. Otherwise, you might feel like you are just being tugged in all different directions your entire life, and you never actually get to live your life because the world is just demanding things of you that you feel like now you have to react to. I don't like that. I actually think that's a you should be allowed to keep walking and not pull the lever, right? Um, but again, I think there's sort of what do you have to do versus what do you want to do, and I would rather be the type of person who would save those people by pulling the lever. Now I am intervening, but I'm also making a better choice than walking away, right? As far as like but I don't think you should demonize people for walking away, right? Like if someone saw something and didn't want to interject themselves into the situation and solve the problem because they had other things they wanted to do at that moment, I think that's totally fine, and they have every right to do that. The idea is obviously you want to kill less people, but arguing whether or not pulling the lever counts as causing it is not pulling the lever counts as causing it. That's definitely part of the argument. And then there's a version where like it's Hitler on one side, Mother Teresa on the other. Yeah. You can do all sorts of arrangements of the trolley problem to like change what mental math is happening. And I think a lot of it, I know I said it's just math earlier. That's not true. It's not just math, right? Again, there are things like what if it was, you know, 5 Hitlers or 1 Mother Teresa, right? Like is it still 5 people, or are you like, yeah, um there are obviously lots of situations here. And yeah, obviously if the people aren't, you know, you do have your own preferences, right? Like what do you value? If the person has already stated they're gonna murder people, then like why would you go out of your way to save this person? Versus someone who has constantly shown to be a trustworthy and helpful person and makes the world a better place, then like, yeah, maybe we'll save that person instead. And I don't think there's like obviously right or wrong answers. Like I don't think life is, you know, like I do think some people would struggle with what you just said, Sarah, which is like, you know, for them the 5 would be the obvious thing to save, but what if all 5 of those people were criminals or murderers and that one person was a family member? Well, then yeah, I'm going to save the family probably. I mean, I would have to be extremely convinced my info is right. Like, where am I getting my info from? Because just because some maniac on a bridge told me that I have to, you know, I'm in a weird situation. Like, you know, there's a lot of belief to be suspended here because the situation's wacky and crazy. But yeah, no, it's yeah. But I think those are I don't know where we are going with this. Where it's one absurd trolley problem after another. Yeah, what web? No, I haven't seen that website. I don't think. What's the absurd trolley problem website? I want to see it. Is it safe for work, and can I play it on stream? Absurd trolley problems. Oh no, a trolley is headed towards 5 people. Hold on. You can okay, you can pull the lever to divert it into one track, killing one person instead of 5. What do you do? Pull the lever. We're gonna turn off the sounds. 73% of people agreed with you. Okay, next. A trolley is headed towards 5 people. You can pull the lever to divert it to each track, killing 4 people instead. Yeah, pull the lever. Okay. Oh no, a trolley had 5 people. You can pull it to divert the track, but then your life savings will be destroyed. So destroy your life savings or pull the lever. Okay. We'll destroy life savings. What life savings? Me? No. Yeah, I'm not losing anything. That's the easiest one. Oh no, a trolley is heading towards 5 people. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track. Okay, sacrificing yourself. Ooh, okay. Okay. Well, see, but then what about the other... Hold on. What about the other trolley problems in the next lesson? Then I can't pull them. So I have to do nothing, or else I won't give a chance to save people. I'm not doing this. People agree with me. Okay. I'm not crazy. I have to be able to justify this. Me, an artist? What savings? See, I think in the real world, I might sacrifice myself for the 5 people if I knew for sure I could save those 5 people. Like, I actually do think I would do the self-sacrifice thing. I mean, I think science tells us that you probably wouldn't, right? Because we know that, like, most people don't do that. But I'd like to think that I would be a person, if I knew for sure that me somehow saving myself would save 5 people, I would do that. I think. I don't know. I don't know if I could. I have no idea what I would do in the moment. I've never been in that situation, never will. The Mona Lisa will be destroyed. Definitely pulling the lever. I don't love the Mona Lisa. I don't dislike it, but like, okay. A trolley is headed towards a rich man. Ooh, okay. The rich man offers you 50,000 to pull the lever to kill someone else. Honestly, the fact that he's offering me money, this makes me want to not pull the lever. This makes me want to pull the lever more than anything else. You are using a position of wealth to say that my life is no, somebody else. Dude, you're gonna lose your money if I'll just take your money when you're gone. Like, thank you very much. We don't need that kind of greed. Uh, oh, no, a trolley's heading towards 5 lobsters. You can pull the lever to avert it, running over a cat instead. Lobsters or cats? Is the cat really... Okay, it says that the cat will die. I'm not gonna do anything. Cat, I gotta go with the 5 lobsters or a cat. How do you make that choice? I'm gonna do nothing. Joe it picks his pockets after run over by the train. Yeah. 84% of people. See, I'm not sure if this is the right choice. I think that's the wrong choice. I think this is a societal problem. I think the lobsters deserve more, but I just feel like I'm brainwashed by thinking cats are precious. I mean, cats are precious. Let's be real. Okay, 5 people who are sleeping and won't feel pain. You can pull the lever running someone who's wide awake instead. I'll pull the lever. That doesn't matter to me. That's 5 random people and 5 non-random people. Doesn't matter. 5 people who tied themselves to the track. You can pull the lever. 1 person who accidentally tripped. I'm gonna do nothing. I think if you tie yourselves to the track, knowing full well a train is coming, you don't put me in the situation that then forces me to save you. That's stupid. No. You are... Thank you. I'm so glad that other people agree with me. Okay, sorry, we are gonna do painting here. And trolley's hit 5 people, the lever just speeds up the trolley. Which might be less painful. Is heading towards 5 people. So the lever doesn't do anything, it just makes it go faster. Oh no. Do we know? It doesn't say for sure they're gonna die, right? So this is... You don't speed it up because there might be a chance they get away. They might get away. You don't speed up the lever. That's... No. There's a chance that they can wiggle out. The 1 person is safe? Yeah. Oh no, a trolley is heading towards 1 guy. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track. But then your Amazon package will be late. Okay, it's already late. It's heading towards your best friend. You can pull the lever to divert the track, killing 5 strangers and I'm sorry, best friend. I don't have friends. Just kidding. Sorry, friend. Those other people will be friends now. The fact that that was only 77% is insane. Maybe. A trolley's head towards 5 people. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, killing 1 person instead. At least that's what you think's happening. You forgot your glasses and can't see that well. See, I think this is one of the first real problems that I think is a genuine... This is something that I feel like is more likely in my real life. Like, I would doubt, like, why do I think the information being provided to me is good information? Right? Why, like, who set up this crazy trolley problem? Why are they to be trusted? Right? Like, why would I rely... This is where I think the doing nothing is a very real possibility. I think that's totally valid, and I think if you are unsure of your circumstances, not doing something instead of just acting randomly and being like certain... I think that's a genuinely interesting conundrum, and I think everybody, even if you don't think you're in that situation, you probably are, right? You're probably less certain than you think you are about a lot of things, and people who act super decisively are probably not. So, like, I think this is a kind of a cool one, actually. It's headed towards one of your first cousins. I don't even know my first cousins. You can pull the lever to divert the other track, killing 3 of your second cousins. It's still... What? No. No, that's the same as the friend problem, right? It's just that 5 elderly people are a baby. No, no. I'm sorry. We're pulling the lever. 23 people have... Really? Everybody's killing the old people over the baby? These people who lived... Oh, no. No, no, no. Really? Am I crazy here? I know people have, like, a soft spot for, like, oh, no, it's a baby. But, like... Really? The baby who's had 0 experiences? Yeah, the babies don't have any experiences or sense of mortality or anything. These people have lives and loved ones and a whole life. And yes, they might not be there. That's so crazy that I'm... You guys are cruel? Dude, apparently I'm like a psychopath or something, because people don't agree with me on this one. A trolley is barreling towards 5 identical clones of you. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, sacrificing yourself instead. There can only be one. Why are we doing trolley? Just because it's funny. I don't know, just because it's funny. I'm gonna stop here pretty soon. Okay, again, if I'm dead, we can't continue these problems. In real life, there is a very possible possibility that I would sacrifice myself. But in this one, nope. We can't continue the problem. It heads towards a mystery box with 50% chance of containing 2 people. You're gonna make me do math. A mystery box with 10% chance of 10 people. The expected value is 10% either way, right? So it's like every 10% is a person. No, that's not right. Hold on, what's the expected value here? Yeah, no, it's one. That's math. Hold on, math. Gosh, my math brain's struggling. Somebody help me out. I feel like I'm going crazy here. Don't you? Yeah, you're just dividing by the thing. It's the same, right? So the same, like, if you were to run this experiment 100 times, it doesn't matter, right? I don't think it matters. And I think this is a truly, it genuinely, if you were to run it 100, I think I'm going to do the 10% because I'm only running the experiment once. And I feel like I'm just going to look at the percent chance that I'm killing people and not the outcome. But I think it genuinely wouldn't matter. But if this is a one-off circumstance, then I'm going to pull the lever. 59. Yeah, I think it's fair that that's pretty even. I think it's just, yeah. Heading towards 5 sentient robots. You can pull the lever, divert it to the other track, killing 1. See, again, this is where, like, do I actually think these robots are sentient? And, like, what level of sentience? Are we talking 5 lobster sentient? Like, are lobsters sentient? I don't know. I feel like there's this one starts getting into, like, the glasses problem. Like, what information do I have? Are these robots, like, capable of... Are they basically just humans? Yeah, are these basically just humans, or are these, like, cats? Right? Or some... So, like, I'm inclined to pull the lever. We're killing the human. I'm gonna pretend that they're basically just humans. I didn't see what the percentages were. We are gonna get back to art, though. Okay, 5 empty trolleys with $900,000. You can pull the lever to divert the track, hitting 1 empty trolley with 300,000 instead. Oh, worth 300,000. Oh, so it's just money. Wait, what? So basically, $900,000 will be destroyed, or this is just an easier human life problem? Do you want to destroy a bunch of money or a little bit of money? Is that what... Oh gosh, we're getting... A trolley releasing 100 kilograms of CO2 per year will kill 5 people over 30... Oh my god, you're making me do math again. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, hitting a brick wall and decimating the trolley. So now it's... Now it is a... cost versus, like... No, because the external cost... Yeah, because yeah, you're getting a lawsuit, but also, like, the trolley served a purpose, right? Is the only purpose of this trolley to have this problem, or is it actually, like, being transportation for people? This also assumes that trolley technology doesn't advance. Yeah, isn't this trolley doing... Like, the reason we have cars, right? So imagine you were to frame the same question with a car. Like, do you want to destroy the car that pollutes or not? Well, cars are useful, and people use cars for very real reasons, right? Public transportation is important. So I'm not going to destroy the public transportation simply because technically they make a... They impact... They have polluting carbon, right? Like, or CO2, right? Anyway. Do nothing. People... See, I think this one is just people not... That feels like you're not thinking about it. Also, I don't know how much 100 kilograms of CO2 a year... I don't know how much that is relative to other things, which kills 5 people over 30 years. Like, that doesn't sound like... Kill all the humans because we emit CO2. Yeah, that just feels like... I don't know. Again, maybe I don't know how much this is, but it says 5 people over 30 years. Again, why are we assuming this crappy trolley is going to last over 30 years? I don't know. Feels like not a very well thought out one. You're a reincarnated being who will eventually be reincarnated as every person in this classic trolley problem. What do you do? Well, I already... Wait. What? So... This is just even worse than the original trolley problem. So obviously I'm going to pull the lever. Even more so. Wait, so it's saying you either pull the lever and get hit once, or you pull the lever and get hit 5 times. Why would you want to die 5 times? Or is it saying that you get to live 5 lives? Is this saying that you're going to live 5 separate lives? So, like, congrats, you have extended life? Is that what this is saying? No, I think this is just straight up saying you die... Yeah, but isn't that, like, extending your life, though? Like you get to live 5 times longer, but also randomly in each of those new lives, you might die randomly on a trolley problem. But, like, you still then know you'll come back. I mean, if that's the case, that's a pretty sweet deal. Like, it's like getting 5 do-overs in life. That's a pretty sweet deal. I don't think that's what the problem's implying, but it's not really you. Oh, is it just like body swapping? That's lame. It's your reincarnation. Oh, so it's not really. It's okay. We're still pulling the lever. We're killing one person. I think this problem there's different interpretations. I think that's, if you interpret it that you get 5 separate lives, you wouldn't want to pull the lever, right? I'm not quite sure what it's implying. Hello, Raid. How's it going? We are doing some ridiculous trolley problems, and then we're going to get back to painting. Currently, we are working on... Well, we are doing some virtual plein air painting. I'm going to do at least one more. We're doing that location right now. A trolley's headed towards nothing, but you kind of want to prank the trolley driver. What do you do? Is it... Assuming it's harmless. Oh, you are trying to finally solve it. Yeah. So there's nothing's gonna happen, but I get to prank the driver. Nah, we're not gonna do anything. Most people do pull the lever. I figured. I don't just want to mess someone's day up. It's a lot of backtracking. The trolley's heading towards a good citizen. You can pull the lever to divert it. The other track runs over who litters instead. I'll pull the lever. Again, this is all assuming that I'm confident that this is actually a bad person and a good person. Like, whatever, we're pulling the lever. Sorry, bad guy. This is one of the most decisive ones yet. I have a hypothesis. If you were to have offered this at the very start of the problem, I don't think these percentages would be very high. I think people have gotten so used to pulling levers and not pulling levers by this point that they have forgotten about the moral quandary of like, now you are the one who did the thing versus not doing the thing, right? My guess is that by this stage, you aren't even considering that you aren't a participant. That you have accepted your fate as a willing participant. I think that's what's happening. I think there's no way this would be as high if you were to put it at the start. I think it would be, more people would say do nothing. Because it's still one-to-one person, and like at least then you can say, I just didn't do anything. 82 seems crazy there. Oh no, due to a construction error, a trolley is stuck in an internal loop. If you pull the lever, the trolley will explode, and if you don't, the trolley and its passengers will go on for circles for eternity. I can grant everlasting life? Holy crap. I'm not doing anything. You're telling me I can grant these people an eternal life by not pulling the lever? That's insane. I don't think that's what it meant. Also, that's a pretty torturous life, isn't it? I doom those people to an eternity on a trolley. Rip. Trolley is heading towards your worst enemy. You can pull the lever to divert the trolley to save them, or you can do nothing. I don't really have enemies. I'm gonna pull the lever. I don't really have enemies. I don't think so. I mean, I guess I could just make up an enemy and say Hitler, and then we'll just kill him. I probably should have done nothing. I probably should have decided who my enemy was, and I could have used a one-time death note. So, but I don't think that's how that works. I don't think you get to decide after the fact. I think it just puts it there. And in that case, I don't really have an enemy. A trolley is heading towards a person, and you will lower their lifespan by 50 years. You can pull the lever to divert the trolley and lower the lifespan of 5 people by 10 years. Ooh. Ooh. How old is the person on the track? What if they're 80? What if these are babies? You wouldn't even know. Nobody would ever... Oh, gosh. But also, we don't know how they're going to die. I'm going to say pull the lever in this case. This is a tricky one. But I think in this case, you don't know how they're going to die. I feel like if they were already over 50... If this person was already over 50, you're basically just instantly killing them. If these people are younger, right? Or even if this person's younger, you don't really know how they're going to die. And, like, are they just going to die of, like, a heart attack at random point in time in the future? Like, I'm going to pull the lever. Okay, people agree with me. Interesting. How many questions does this go on for? I don't want to be at this forever. A trolley is headed towards 5 people. You can pull the lever to divert it on the track, sending the trolley into the future to kill 5 people 100 years from... Oh, definitely pull the lever. It's this... You can put today's problem... You can kick today's problems down the road into the future? Of course. Also, what if we solve the problem? We have now 100 years to solve this problem of a teleporting trolley. Yes, please. We can kick the bucket down the road? Heck yeah. Don't want to have to deal with that crap. That's someone else's problem. I won't be around. It's the same problem. I'm kidding. But I still think that's the right choice. Trolley's problem is playing out before you. Do you actually have a choice in this situation, or has everything been predetermined? Or been predetermined since the universe began? I have a choice. Congratulations, you have solved philosophy. Kill count 54. I've solved philosophy. I did it, guys. Good job. Okay, back to our plein air painting. I appreciate you guys participating. I think this is actually a newer version made based on the older one I was thinking. Ruined my week. Found the trolley loop-de-loop. There is no dire emergency. Do you accept your duty to return the cart even though you gain nothing? I think I've seen the loop-de-loop. Yeah. The track is heading towards B. You pull the lever, it will switch to A, but it won't do the totally sick loop-de-loop. Yeah, I've seen this one. I love this one. So basically, do you kill 5 people but have a sweet loop-de-loop? Or do you just kill 1 person? See, I think this is you would go with B. In real life, obviously not. But in this problem, yeah. Anyway, those are funny. Good fun. All right. So yeah, let's do one more. There's actually some really good metaphors on society in that list too. Yeah. No, I think a lot of those problems can make you think about things that are not the obvious, like, oh, there's people in front of you, right? And they're gonna die. Like it does, it challenge, like the one about the old age and lowering lifespans, right? Like, does it feel like the same if you were to lower someone's life by, say, 90 years, which is basically just a death sentence, or by, 90 people by 1 year? Well, obviously the 1 year feels like it's no big deal because, having a roommate who smokes might lower your lifespan by a year, right? And that's not something we really care about, right? Like, just there's random pollutants or random things people do that might lower your lifespan by a year, and you don't think anything of it, and it's like we've accepted those, but like we would never accept a 90% lowering your lifespan by 90 years. That's insane, right? So like, it definitely is not just math, right? There's obviously other factors to consider, and I think that they're interesting. I like thinking about stuff like that. Then why you'd kill the baby? Well, again, that's a different factor, right? Like, a baby is maybe you do, but again, and not the 5 elderly people. Well, the 90 is an extreme example, right? But like, what about a teenager? That's different than a baby, right? I don't think I gave my justification for why I'd kill the baby over the adults, because I don't view it as taking away 90 years, because I think there's something to be said about the experiences and what you're taking away. Potential experiences or non-potential experiences, right? In the takeaway that the lifespan ones, it's in both cases you're simply taking away potential experiences. That's different than taking away a real person who has lived experiences and someone who only has potential experiences. I don't think they're the same, right? I think there's obviously more math mental math, or not mental math, but there's more stuff that has to be decided on. It's not the same problem, and I think that's why those are tricky problems. Yeah. The baby would have more than 90% of his lifetime, but it's not the same as just removing 90 years. That's not the same. This is why, like, I think a lot of times in disagreements with people, they'll be like, but it is the same. It's like, well, no, it's not. And it feels like there's, I mean, yes, there are obviously analogies between that. For me, it's just whether they have a sense of mortality. Like, a dog can't be afraid of death, for example, even though I love my dog. Yeah, I mean, that's certainly part of it. I mean, I think lived experiences and the impact on the world that you're making. So like if you have friends and families, like that's obviously a very real, that game is evil. I mean, I don't think it's evil. It's philosophical. It makes you think about things, right? Like that's the whole point of those Charlie bombs. Um, but like I think for example, it's different if you have a person who has memories and stuff and makes the and changes the world. I think that is different. Like I think the idea that like a younger life is more valuable than an older life, I think is, I'm not sure if that's something I agree with. I mean, there are certain circumstances. Obviously, if you have someone who is literally like content with their life and on their way out, basically, one foot in the grave, so to speak, yeah, sure, that's fine. You're not killing your cousin or friend. Yeah, that's totally valid. I think on all the ones where it's like your cousin or friend is in the trolley, but that or five strangers, I killed my friend or my cousin every time. Sorry, friend. But yeah, no, it's I like those things. They do be interesting. Also, this is not at all what this looks like. We are smushing these shapes together a lot. But that's okay. So dogs don't have a sense of, they don't fear death? Or do you just mean they can't predict that death is coming? So they don't fear it? Because there's definitely things dogs are afraid of, right? Like if something is scary enough, it will make the dog cower. So they definitely can be afraid of stuff, but whether it's afraid of, like an intimidation type thing, or like they recognize it is going to get them, and so they're afraid. But I don't know if that's afraid of death, right? That's a different question. Like maybe if they knew death was coming, right? Like if there was something that was slowly coming towards them and they saw that it was gonna like, and it was very clearly dangerous or somehow. I don't know what dogs think are dangerous, but dogs obviously think some stuff's dangerous. There are things dogs won't do, right? Like they won't jump off a cliff randomly, no matter how much you like, go on, boy. Like they're not just gonna go jump to their death. So like they're obviously, they have a sense of like preservation. And so and they obviously do have a sense of fear. They can be scared. So I don't, is that true that dogs don't have a sense of a fear of death? Like, how do we know what they think is death? That's a weird one to me. Is that true? That sounds like it might not be true. It sounds like a thing people tell themselves because they heard it somewhere. But I'm also not totally doubting it. I'm just curious how we would come to that conclusion in a scientific sense. Because, like, we know they can be afraid, and we know they... some of the things they're afraid of are also dangerous. You don't know if it was just you, but it made you angry? The trolley problems make it angry? Oh, see, I don't... partly because it's a game, and I don't care about killing things in games. That doesn't bother me, because it's not real. But also, I do like the thinking part of it. Like, just considering... like, to me, the most interesting one was definitely the glasses one. Like, before you was the trolley problem, except you aren't quite sure because you don't have your glasses and everything's a little blurry and you can't really trust your own senses, but you think if you pull the lever, you'll be saving someone, right? And like that to me is the most real life, like hitting close to home kind of one. Because I feel like I experience that all the time with like people online, typing up a big angry comment and posting it confidently and then being wrong. And like, if only they would have considered that trolley problem, they wouldn't have posted that stupid thing they posted, because they would have like been, maybe I could be wrong, and done some research or like looked into a thing, right? But instead people will just confidently spout nonsense, and like that to me feels like more people need to do that trolley problem and consider the fact they could be wrong. Um, so yeah, no, I've always liked stuff, and I think a lot of that also, it's somewhat relevant to art in a way, because a lot of the stuff that in art that you do is like questioning your own senses, right? Like you see things and then you try to paint them and you're like, wait, I'm not convinced that I understand what I'm looking at. And you're constantly sort of guessing your own senses, and like, I don't know, I just, to me that's been a constant thing in art learning, is like learning to confront those things about yourself that like you kind of assumed were true, but then you learn they aren't. Um, yeah, I don't know. So I've always liked that. Okay, let's do another one. Not another trolley problem, but another art. Another plein air painting. I don't think we have the proof that they understand the concept. Yeah, they may we may not have proof that they understand it, but I feel like it seems like a weird assumption that they don't have a concept of it. Like, why would the default position be they don't? I don't know. I mean, they may not, right? I have no idea. I just feel like stating it like it's a fact feels um because I feel like the more we learn about animals, it's like, oh, animals actually feel a lot more than we think they do. Oh, animals tend to do a lot more. Like every time it feels like in life that we make this claim about animals, about sort of the state of their mental abilities, we always seem to learn that it's a lot more than we thought it was, right? We never learn that, oh, this animal turns to be a lot stupider than we think it is. It's always the opposite. It's always, oh, wow, they actually care for each other and have relationships a lot more than we thought they did, right? So I feel like that's a really, really bold claim to make. Um, and if we do learn something, it's almost certainly going to be they do have that sense, but it doesn't show in the way like it. It just feels like that's a really hard thing to prove. I don't know. I don't know the science. I'd have to see papers and stating like the methodology would be important there. But anyway, I don't know for sure. And obviously, you maybe do. So you appreciate the show, The Hunter, for not doing the predictable thing of saving the family members. Too many show movies do that because obviously emotional choice. But in that show, the world was literally at stakes. There was a particular scene I'm talking about, but if you don't know the show, no point in explaining. I actually did see the first season of The 100. Like, I remember a story of a bunch of dogs intentionally committing suicide. Well, it turns out no, they can't even conceive of doing that. It just turns out there was something weird about the river under the bridge, or something that they saw that made them want to jump down there. Well, see, I think that's different though. Like, having contemplating whether or not they should kill themselves is totally different, I think, than having a fear of death. One is like deciding to end your life because you're suffering. Like, that's way more complex, right? That is, I mean, that is a completely different situation that has all sorts of different implications beyond just like a fear. Because like I think there's a lot of things. Again, I don't know why. Like I think a lot of our like evolutionary like fear of death is avoiding things that we know are dangerous, right? Whether it's through learned or not unlearned things, right? And I think the same is true for dogs. Like there are probably things they're just afraid of because, like it's baked into their biology because of years of evolution to like certain things, certain shapes. You know how like cats are afraid of cucumbers? Stuff like that, right? It's just they see shape, pattern, thing, danger, right? Boom. It's just a reaction. I think the same is true for us, right? Like there are things that people aren't afraid of that are absolutely dangerous, right? Like electrical wires, um, uh, in water, where or like people will walk up to a dangerous situation and touch something that's electric and they'll die because they didn't know it was there, right? Had they known, they would be afraid. But even then, you might tell someone, then they might be, "Are you sure?" And then they'd be curious and they touch it, right? There's nothing there's nothing inherently scary looking about a fence, and so some people will touch an electric fence to see if it's on, right? They're not inherently afraid of it, and they should be, right? If it's actually like, you know, high voltage or something. So like I think a lot of stuff, I don't like, are we even like, yeah, we're afraid of death in like a philosophical way, but that doesn't actually show itself through our day-to-day experiences that much. I don't think most of that's just like reactionary stuff. We're just kind of programmed, right? Yeah, like oh, fast moving object, get out of the way. Like that's not because I'm afraid of dying. That's because I'm afraid of a big fast moving object. A dog will get out of the way of things that they know will harm them, right? If you train a dog that you will harm it, I mean, again, this would be awful and evil, but like if you were to train a dog that you were to harm it every time it did something, it'll avoid you too, right? Like dogs can learn that things are dangerous and harmful and hurt them. So I'm skeptical of that claim of like dogs don't know a threat. I think dogs absolutely can know when something's threatening their life. And it shows. Now obviously sometimes they are way overconfident and dumb, like they will run into a car and not realize that car can hurt them. You know, obviously they will do things until they get hurt and then they'll back off. But that's not always. They absolutely have like preservation. So I don't. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. But it is interesting to think about. Okay, let's do one more plein air painting. Sorry, I've been very rambly today. The ability to conceive of what death is would actually be like its different level on top of that. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I agree with you, Sarah. It would be a different level on top. But I think not showing it. But like, what does that look like in action, though? Like, if a human conceives of death, do you know that they're... I mean, other than the fact that we can tell each other that. But like, if I do something, you can only assume that I'm doing it because I'm afraid of what the idea of death, and I'm afraid of that, versus I'm just doing it because I know it's gonna hurt me. That's different, right? But not really from the viewer's perspective. Like, this is one of those things where I have no idea if dogs do or don't, right? I obviously don't know. I have nothing to support myself one way or the other. I'm just saying it wouldn't surprise me if we were to learn that, like, oh, they actually do. And it just turns out that it's a hard thing to measure because we don't know their internal motivation for their actions. Because, surprise, surprise, we never know people's internal motivation for their actions. Or animals. Even if they tell you they can be wrong. And so, like, I mean, we do know people's motivations, but not always. And we certainly don't know dogs' motivations for stuff. I don't know. Again, not my area. I don't have much to say on that. Let's do one more map crunch. I'm going to go hit a random location. We only have that model through getting exposed to the concept. Yeah, because they have no model of the damage a car can cause. Yeah, I think so too. Ooh, this is cool. Look at that. I want to paint that. This is a neat location. Here, let me share it. You guys can paint along if you want. Yeah, I mean, I'm not claiming that I think dogs are the same level of sentient we are. I just feel like it's a very positive claim. Positive as in you're stating something that feels like it would need like direct evidence for. We can't assume that they don't until proven that they do. It feels like it would go the other way with like how much evidence we would need. I don't know. Again, maybe it is out there and I'm just oblivious to it because I haven't looked for it. I have no idea. It does sound like something people have probably thought about, so I'm sure there's been experiments. But again, maybe there's not because it's ethically problematic. Ooh, so we're on like a little pier thing. What if dogs are more sentient than us? I mean, they could be. I think it's just such a hard thing to tell because we're judging. What's that saying? You know that saying? It's a little cliche, but it's like we judge ourselves by our intentions and others by their actions. Like that's all we judge dogs by, right? We don't even know what their intentions are, and we never have. It's very like that's. It's like it's a problem. It's an extremified version of that saying, except now we're applying it to dogs because we have zero idea of what their intentions are. We can only imply based on their actions. I mean, I guess there are probably some experiments you can do, but and some assumptions are probably correct, but there's a lot of assumptions that we're making based on their actions. And I think it's often, especially in human psychology, we constantly find out that like people's actions won't line up with their intentions. And so I would not be surprised if we found out that like again, every time we find out anything about like the state of mind of animals, it's always on the side of they're more intelligent, they have more emotions and feelings and thought and planning than we thought they previously had. It's always that. It's never turns out these snails are a lot stupider than we thought they are. No, it's oh wow, they have more planning, they have more foresight, they have more intent. Right? They're way more interesting than we previously thought. Like it just always seems to be in that direction. And I think unless you have like ironclad proof, I think sort of making a claim feel again, sorry, I don't want to harp on this point, but that's just something that I think in general, like philosophy, I try not to do. Yeah, and I mean, if we do have decades of carefully designed experiments on this topic, and we might, again, it feels like we probably do. I'd be very curious to see some because I feel like, again, I haven't looked into it, so I'm kind of taking your word for it, Sarah. And I will say you've probably, I will trust that you've looked into this far more than I have. Um, okay, that was a little bit yeah, that was a little bit hyperbolic when I said ironclad proof. But yeah, I will take that you have looked more into it than I have on dogs not having a fear of death. Um, because I haven't looked into it at all. But it definitely, that kind of claim definitely, like, makes me think, okay, they're, like, that's a tall order, I feel like, to make a claim. But yeah, anyway. Let's do some painting. I guess the other problem is how do we define fear? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because I think a lot of times when if I feel like I'm afraid of something, I'm afraid of the consequence of the thing, not the thing itself, if that makes sense. Like, am I afraid of death or am I afraid of dying? Like the pain and the suffering and the loss that I might experience, or like, or the my current way of life is gonna be ruined, and like what am I actually afraid of? Is it really of afraid of death, or am I just saying that? Like, I don't even know what I'm afraid. Like I don't even know what that word like. It does get into like our own understanding of what that means might be not even be correct, right? And so how can we assume that dogs also have that? Like, or don't have that? Like it feels very Like, if we get granular enough, it's very likely that the exact thing that we experience is not what dogs experience. But there's probably something akin to it, like somewhat somewhat similar in some way. And at least it seems to be that that's tends to be how things turn out when you're like, oh, turns out our way of doing things isn't the only way, and they actually also have a similar function. It's not quite the same, but it's very similar. So yeah, it might just be a definitional thing. Okay, what am I painting? Oh, I am painting these. So, what do I want to do here? I think I want to... I like this big swooshy shape. Let's make some shapes. Maybe some reds. Maybe there's some... I'm kind of just making big blocky shapes. Big old blocky shapes. Like, there used to be tests to see whether animals have a sense of self, the dot test, but the dot in the forehead, and see if they mirror. And plenty of scientists have questioned whether that is a legitimate way to test because maybe animals just don't point at it for another reason. Yeah, exactly. That's the kind of thing where, like, yeah. And it seemed, and again, I guess my point is, it seems to be that every time we learn anything about science of animals, which is a lot, right? We do know a lot, and people do a lot of awesome work in science. I'm not saying their science is wrong, but the more we learn, it's a lot more complex, and they don't have a sense of self, right? It's more like maybe the way that we think of the self is slightly different than how they view themselves. Like, they can still be aware of their bodies, right? Oh, I have an itch, let me scratch it. Well, they obviously are aware of some connectedness between what they feel and themselves, right? Our very specific ideas might not be the exact same, but to make a super bold claim like that, like, we know a lot about how animals will react in certain situations, and a lot of based on tests and science and all the good work people are doing. But a lot of times people oversimplify when summing it up, and like, here's this little science fact I learned, and that fact is the thing that ends up being wrong. It's not that the science was wrong, it's the interpretation of what the results mean. And I feel like I keep saying I feel like, but it's more of a, yeah. And obviously, again, I don't know the science, so I'm going to assume you have looked it up and you understand how and why people came to that conclusion. I'm just not seeing it, and so I'm until I have a source that I feel like walks me down that path, I'm not going to believe it, if that makes sense. I guess I don't. A lot of times, especially on stream, right? I can't. I'm not even doing a Google search right now to look it up and like to even see other sources and like see the explanation. And so on stream, it's very hard when someone says something that sounds wrong for me to like, okay, like it might be right. It very well could be, but I'm not gonna, kind of like with the trolley problem, right? Like, I'm not just gonna trust the person telling me the problem. I'm gonna be like, let me double check. And so, but on stream I can't do that really. So yeah, that's why I'm sounding very skeptical. I just can't, in good conscience, be like, yep, that's right. It might be. It very well could be. It probably is. We don't know what we don't know, but as far as I know, So far, I don't think anyone has found evidence that most animals have the same ability to conceptualize things. Oh yeah, no, I think that's fair. I think the way you worded that sentence, I 100% would agree with. I think it's very clear that many and most animals do not conceptualize themselves or other things in the same way we do. But I don't think that's the same as that first statement you made. They probably don't have the same concept of death as we do. I think that would be probably a fair assumption. I guess I was being a little pedantic. Because I think I agree with almost everything you're saying, except that one statement of how you worded it in that claim. And again, I'm saying agree with as in, like, accepting it without me knowing what the evidence is. Everything else, I think it's fine to accept it without that evidence, because I think it's a totally reasonable position. Like, just without evidence. Like, I think it's fair to assume that different animals have different levels of, like, various concepts. I think there's some greenish colors in here. Some white clouds. I don't know if I want to paint the white clouds, but they are kind of neat. Some of that blue color in here. Absence of evidence over a long enough period of time is usually what becomes accepted reality. If ghosts existed, we probably would have found reliable evidence. Yeah, but the concept of a ghost isn't something that we actually have any evidence of. We do have concepts of, like, animals being afraid of things, and we do have concepts of animals, like, and us being an animal having certain things. And we do, like, and we have evidence, like, I think there are lots of examples of the thing that we're talking about that exist. It may not exist in exactly that way. I don't think you can rule something out because I don't think you can in that case. I don't think that's I don't no, but I don't think the ghosts example is the same. There are no real examples of ghosts. There are lots of different versions of examples of people being self-aware or having a sense of dying or being afraid of things or what dying means. Lots of different versions of that, and many of those animals do exhibit. And we're not just making it, it's not just some unknown thing and we're making up an explanation. Yeah, no, I agree with that example too. With aliens, yeah, exactly. We don't aliens probably exist, but also we don't have any evidence they've landed here, so we can't conclude that aliens have landed here. Yeah, absolutely. But there's a difference saying there's a difference between saying that we don't have evidence for something. Well, and again, even that's getting pedantic because I think with the alien one and maybe that's the disagreement here, is because, like, if you stated emphatically that aliens haven't landed here, I'd be like, that's pretty confident. I'm not claiming they have, right? I'm obviously not, because I don't think we have any evidence that they have. But there's a difference in making a very direct positive claim of saying they have not landed here versus we don't have evidence, right? There's three options. There's not you believe it, you don't believe it. There's also the middle option, which is you don't believe it one way or the other because you don't have evidence for it. And I'm in the middle camp, right? I think when someone says dogs don't have a sense of self or dogs don't fear death, That's on the they do not have that thing. That is a different claim than they aren't showing that they have it. And I'm much more in that middle part. Because I think that just, again, maybe that's pedantry. What's the word? Pedanticness. But to me, that's especially when talking about science, that's a very important distinction. Well, it's just we don't have. It's not that we are sure they haven't. It's just we don't have any reason to believe they have. I don't even. Is that even? I don't even know if that's the same. Is that the same? Saying that we have zero evidence that they have is not the same as saying that we're 99% sure they haven't. I think saying we're 99% sure they haven't is complete hyperbole. It's simply making a statement that is similar to the real statement that is not actually that. We don't have, like, a percentage on something that they haven't done. We don't know. We just don't have any evidence that way, one way or the other, that they haven't, or that they have. I'm pretty sure I think that's logic, right? We don't have evidence they haven't done something. We just don't have evidence that they have. Can you have evidence that something hasn't happened? I guess you can if you know what them landing here would look like, right? If you knew what an alien landing did, like if you, like for example of Bigfoot, right? We can make some assumptions, like animals poop, right? We have zero evidence of Bigfoot poop anywhere, right? So it's reasonable that all the claims of Bigfoot, of them walking through the forest and eating the things in the forest, there is no evidence that they exist because we kind of sort of know what that would look like. With a claim like aliens, I guess we do kind of know what that would look like because people make claims like they made the pyramids and all that. Yeah, we have evidence that that is not right, right? We do have evidence or lack of evidence that the claims that some people make about aliens are just flat out wrong, right? Like sometimes people will make claims and we can just straight up debunk them. So in a sense, I agree, but I think with the other one, I don't feel like that's the same argument. Maybe it is. I don't know. I don't think it really matters one way or the other. But anyway, Mr. Pepper, hey Jay, how's it going? Pretty good. We're just arguing some intense arguing over making claims on things. Yeah. We're just arguing. You know, just typical Monday art stream. You know, standard stuff. Debating. Typical art rants. Yeah, pretty standard art rants. Pretty standard. Normal stuff you can expect in my stream. Oh, you did it after we ranted. You got to do it while we're ranting. If you do it while I'm ranting, it may actually stay up. But when you do it after, then I'm like self-aware of it and oof. But now I'm tempted to. But yeah, no, that would have been good earlier. I love that overlay. Yeah. It's been there for a while. Hey, Sebas, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Guess you gotta rant more. No, I can't rant on command. The ranting is an emotional thing, right? It's like I feel strongly about something, so I gotta talk about it, and then it's me getting up on my soapbox. You can't just be like, here's the soapbox, please start ranting. It doesn't work that way. Please stand here, sir. I like how your head is connected to your waist. I know, right? At first, Sarah, it took me a second to realize what you were talking about because I'm not looking at the overlay myself. And I'm like, I thought that was like, you know how some people are like, I like how your head is connected to your shoulder. Like, you know, you know that saying like, oh, you got your head on straight to mean like you're a, you know, level-headed thinker. I thought you were doing that, but then I'm like, wait, I like how your head is connected to your waist. That sounds like an insult. That sounds like an analogy for like I like how you're very stupid, you know? Your head isn't quite on right. Your head's connected to your waist. Oh, thank you. Gee, what a compliment. But yeah, no, I forgot that is quite literally my head is connected to my waist in that picture. Hey Skittle, how's it going? Happy Monday. Reminds me of a monster from Monsters Inc. Oh yeah, he does kind of have his yeah. Are you talking about the main character? How he's just like head and legs, kinda, isn't he? You've got a face for radio and a waist for thinking. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Something like that. A waist for thinking? Never heard that one, but I like it. I assume you just made that up. A waist for thinking. Hmm. This shape is not good. Yeah, Mike. Yeah, Mike. Mike Lazowski. Isn't that his name? Yeah, I like that movie. That was a good movie, I thought. I thought it was fun. Can't go wrong with some Monsters Inc. Yeah. Although how many movies did they make? I feel like if they made too many, they probably started sucking. But I've definitely seen the first one, and I think Monsters University was cool. I thought that was okay too. You watched that movie so much growing up. I think Monsters University was good too, wasn't it? Or what's the consensus on that one? I feel like it was a good movie also. I don't think I've seen any others than those two though. I thought they were good fun. There's only two. Oh, is there really only two? You were very little when I saw the first time you saw it, and I thought I had dreamed the door warehouse until I watched it another, or until you watched it later. That's funny. I don't think I saw Monsters University. I thought it was good. If I remember correctly, I don't remember it that well, but I kind of remember liking it. So this thing here, these shapes get very tiny. I'm trying to keep my brush small. So what am I looking at here? I actually have no idea. Okay, that is like a little outcropping. Maybe I can make that more clear. Little stuff here, little shapes here, little bits of white back here. I think that's pretty good. It works. Little bits of water in here. some of those vibes. So we'll just put some water in there, some dark shapes. Monsters U was okay in your opinion? Yeah, I don't remember it that well, but I think I liked it. Now I kind of feel like I need to see it again to remember, refresh myself. Okay, we are going to add a little bit of darkness here. Something about this image is just not doing it for me. Is it the temperatures? Is it the shapes that I'm making? Is it these, like the shapes here? I guess there's little things like this. Something like that, maybe? Little bits of light over here. But yeah, I don't want to paint like every pebble or anything. But I do think some of this stuff, maybe if I just do some loose lines in perspective, I can start implying. I can start implying the size and the scale and all this stuff. It's weird when you're trying to paint something how you see it, and when you see it, the way that you see it is not super, like, clear. Like, I'm not really sure what these things are. And yet, so trying to paint them well is like, okay, what am I trying to actually show with them? Am I just painting what I see? Because that's not going to help the viewer know what I'm painting. Also, the colors are very uninteresting. So let's go in here and add some color. Some green. Just putting that green in there. Maybe it's a little bit of red back here. There's like a roof or something back here that's red. Little dashes of color. Again, some greens and stuff back here. It's almost like a vibe of green. I don't actually know how much green is there, but my brain kind of sees green. Also, it sees like a lot more blue. So maybe we make the sky a little more blue. Again, it's not really blue, but a bit of blue. It's also very cloudy. And then there's some like teal in here too. Again, the water is a bit teal. I think that's where that green comes in. Is that water feels really, really vibrant. I almost want to get rid of some of those pillar things. Maybe we'll put some green over here just to balance it out. Now, what is all this stuff? We also have some power poles. Maybe we'll get those in there. right on the edge here. Actually, there's more green up here. Actually, there's a lot more green right there. It's kind of hard to see, but it's all on this planter. I mean, I don't know why it's really not that hard to see. And then all along the edge here and here. And maybe even we'll add some down here. Something like that. A little bit of an exercise in observation, I guess. Anyway, I kind of like that. I think it's going okay. Maybe we'll go super bright. And maybe something like that. Super dark. And then these things can be distinct cracks and shapes. Oh, there's also a shadow here, which is kind of neat. This painting kind of uninteresting, but that's okay. Not every painting has to be beautiful. Just kind of blobs. I kind of feel like the colors could be shifted towards like a, I don't know, like it's kind of overcast and bluish. Like it's not really, it doesn't feel blue, but I do wonder if maybe this kind of painting wouldn't benefit from like a distinct blue color like this or something, where it's just that blueness goes over the whole thing. I find geometry catching light always interesting. Yeah, that's true. I think something like that could be nice. It kind of emphasizes some of the cool overcast. I don't know. It's a little intense. That's where the magic happens for me, producing a 3D illusion that's always got me. Yeah, no, I think you're right. That's a big part of it. I don't know if this image is doing that though. Also, I'm painting pretty low resolution. It's another thing. Something like that, maybe. A little bit of a crack here. I think the crack's a little overstated. Even in the image, it looks a little intense. It's green over here. Go like that. The Jed Talk overlay is great. Cool illustrations. Oh, I forgot it's still on. Hey, we can move it. There we go. Sorry, I forgot that was there. The overlay's cool, but the illustrations are neat also. I love that. Trying to get some swirly shapes, some smaller shapes back here. Something I don't do a lot in my own painting, so it's probably good to practice here. Like these shapes being bigger up top because they're closer. Someone saying they like a thing removes the thing. True, it's true. It happens so often, and I don't realize it because saying you like something draws attention to the thing, and then I question if I like the thing or if I want it to be there. And a lot of times I didn't, right? It's not that I didn't like the Jed Talk scene. I actually like the Jed Talk scene too, but it doesn't need to be up all the time, and I kind of forgot it was. You know, I was just like painting and being quiet, and then there was just this rant screen up. Yeah, I apologize. I know that happens sometimes, more than just once. Boy, I really like the colors you picked. You know what this needs? This needs completely different colors. Let's go in here and just add some warmth in there. You know, let's just ruin all those subtleties of those colors. There we go. That happens sometimes. Oh, you say you like these colors, huh? Not anymore. We're gonna change the color. No, I do like these colors actually. Oh, not, whoops, what did I do? I just added an overlay. I actually do like the overlay here. These vibrant colors that I'm putting in, they're kind of fun. They're a little unusual. It's not bad though. A little bit more red in here. There, something like that. Little bits of color. Maybe there's some red poking through here. How far does that thing go? Not that far. There. I think those are okay plein air pearls. There are some like holes and things here, which I don't know if I want to put because we only have one of them. And I think putting all of the light posts feels strange. Maybe we'll add some darker ones back here just so we can do the power poles. Gotta save it for peak postulation and rumination. Yes, exactly. When we really get into the weeds on that. Those are big words, by the way. Postulation and, I mean, I know what ruminating is. Postulating, I hardly know what that word means. Okay. What about some color dodge or something in here? Maybe some overlay, some warm Some warm overlay in this painting could be good. Just kind of coming here and pushing those colors a bit. A little more subtle. I like those. This one's fun. This one obviously is not a virtual plein air painting. We didn't do this one from Map Crunch. This one was a color selection at the start of the stream by Basilisk. She picked some blue, some not baby blue, bird egg blue or robin egg. It's like a Crayola color, I think. I don't know that color. Basically, it's like a teal. This was pretty close. Although, funny enough, I don't think this reads as that because this is reading as like a lighter material in light or in blue. I don't know. This doesn't really read as blue, I don't think. Maybe a little bit. Color's weird, right? It do be strange. Okay, but I think this is a good spot to end. I'm just going to do some quick cleanup. And by cleanup, I mean... Uh-oh, how do you ungroup something? Ungroup layer filters, okay. Okay, so I'm going to merge visible. Then I'm going to save. Then I'm going to save... No, I'm not going to save here. I'm going to select the wand tool and go like that. I'm going to go back and hit delete. And then I'm going to turn off that. And now I have these things all tidy. So I'm going to come back in here. I'm just cleaning this up to make it look, I don't know, social media presentable. It's a little silly. It's kind of, is it silly to make things look, try to make things look nice for social media? I don't know. Maybe it's not. I guess it's presentation. There's nothing wrong with presentation. I just feel like sometimes it's like unnecessary. Like, look, this is not how my stuff looks when I'm just straight done painting it. Like having the edges here have like a texture to them, and you know, where like you can see that I ripped the paint off and there's like these smudgy bits, and you know, like it feels a little fake in a way, like it's not the way that it actually looked. You're intentionally making it different, if that makes sense. But there is something about the rounding the edges. I don't know. I like it. Just makes it something. Makes it a little bit. It adds character, you know? Isn't that what they say? Oh, that adds character. There. Character added. Not literally a character, but just character. Like, yeah. There we go. And then we're going to save this. Turn back on this. Move these things again to line up. I'm doing this for a reason, by the way. Oh, let's do this. What did I do? Crop. I'm gonna make this even bigger. I need to move this thing. So I'm moving all of this over here. Then moving all of this over here. So now I can crop this back again. Wait, did I save this? Hold on. Did I save this as a JPEG? I didn't. Wait, okay, no, this. File. Save as. Oof, I accidentally closed stream. Oh no. Now you get, oh no, ads. Oh no, ads again? It'll put some hair on your chest. Wait, wrong thing. Yes, exactly. Okay, so we will go like that, and then I'm going to reintroduce, just for the cleanup's sake, I'm going to... Oh, you know what? This is not part of the virtual plein air painting. I'm just going to do this. And crop this. And then save it. There. Okay, so I'm going to save that. Save as a JPEG. Now I can undo all that. I don't need this back and saved. Now what I can do is... Actually, no. We'll keep this way. Gosh, how do I do this? You know what I'll do? I'll save as a separate file. I'm sorry, I'm struggling here. I have more undo. I know we need more undo. No, I have a goal. My goal is to put the actual images in here. So, for example, this will be the thing that I put on social media. But not just this, right? I will also put a version of it with these in here. Right, so there's one. There's one. We'll flip this because that's the way that it's been drawn. Right, so I'm going to take these. Go like that. Take this one. Select the outside. This one. Get a little smaller. Now this is smaller. No, the first one isn't aligned vertically. What do you mean? It's not aligned vertically. I'm gonna delete some of this stuff. I'm just... What do you mean it's not aligned vertically? Oh, it's not. You mean this? It's not rotated in the correct direction. Yeah, I see. There we go. And then this, and then we have one more. Where is it? This one. Wait, no, this one. This one's very different. I think, yeah. It's very... I don't know how this one's even gonna look. It's not gonna look at all the same. But the lighting was cool, so that's what we went with. And now we can turn off that, and that, and that. And then this is our new image. So we can file, save as, refs. There. So now if I, did I save that as a JPEG or not? No, I didn't. So now if I close this, and this is what we did last stream, by the way, for those who missed last stream or cared at all. These are the references from today, and these are the paintings from today. There. That's how I wanted to present it, and I feel like it's nice that way. Not a huge fan of today's paintings. We just rambled a lot and painted a bit, but that overall it's pretty okay. Definitely didn't get the right vibe of the colors of some of them. Also, what's this here for? I don't know what that is there for. I think some of the vibes work. I think this one kind of works. It doesn't have enough hard edges, I think. Having those little hard edges in here. Bits poking in. But yeah, that works. Okay. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here. And yeah, good chats, good discussions, good trolley problem solving. Rambling a lot and painting a bit is always a nice and chill, though. Yeah. Yeah, I was very careful to say that correctly. Rambling a lot and painting a bit. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, thanks for being here. We did some trolley problems on stream and ended up killing 54 people. But not too bad. I don't think the kill count was what mattered. It was did we make morally reasonable choices? And I think we did. I think we made reasonable choices. All right. Take care. See ya.